We are live in the chamber.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, I guess. We'll call the meeting back to order. We were still in speakers, but I will begin with a roll call. Councillor Wright, Councillor Knack, Councillor Rice, Mayor Sohi is on his way, Councillor Salvador is with us.
I'm here.
Oh, Mayor Sohi's online. Are there any other councillors joining online that want to say hello?
Still here, Aaron Rutherford.
Excellent. Good, excellent. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So we're going to finish panel 4, go to questions of panel 4, and then we'll move to panel 5. So I believe we had clerk, what was the name of the individual? Was it Evan Wood?
We are still on panel 4. We are on speaker 11, Jasmine.
Yes, and who was the speaker who returned?
Speaker number 7, Evan.
Okay, well let's, is Evan Wood here? Yep. We will go back to speaker Evan Wood, and Evan, you have 5 minutes.
My name is Evan Wood. I'm Westwood and a deeply concerned citizen. I'm here today not just to oppose these zoning bylaw changes. I'm here to sound the alarm on what can only be described as an imminent crisis waiting to happen in our city. It started with something sadly simple. I noticed a development near my home. It was a former single lot with one home on it. It was bought, subdivided into 2 lots, and is now in the final process of becoming a 16-unit building. It was brought to my attention that there were numerous safety violations, insufficient emergency access where a fire truck would be unable to access many parts of the dwelling, dwellings with no emergency access to the rear of the development in the event of a fire or obstruction, and many more that I will not mention to save on time. Potentially worse is there was a senior living in the neighboring property who had applied for a handicap parking stall, and at the same time the developer had applied for a commercial loading zone. This commercial loading zone extended her entire property, and the front of her property ended up being a commercial loading zone, which I think was finally pulled back, but completely unacceptable. All of these issues are in direct violation of many safety codes the City of Edmonton must enforce and comply to. I will refer you to review B1904, which is small building access, where the city has adopted the Part 3 emergency access requirements for Part 9 buildings. So I did what I think any responsible citizen should do. I picked up the phone and called the City of Edmonton Permit Office to report what I believed were serious safety violations. Now, out of respect for the individual's position and protection, I won't name the employee I spoke to, but let me tell you what they told me. What began as a careful, tight-lipped conversation turned into a quiet expose. Over the course of 30 minutes, this individual directly involved with the residential permitting and safety confessed something that should deeply concern every single person in this room. They agreed unequivocally this development did not meet safety codes Edmonton has adopted and is enforced to adhere to. And more than that, it was dangerous to neighbors, dangerous to future tenants, dangerous to our community. But here's the real kicker. They said they couldn't stop it. Why? Because of what they called a push for red tape reduction, a nice sounding phrase that in reality means we're getting safety oversight to fast track this council's agenda. That employee told me the city is now allowing for a percentage of allowances. In plain English, we're knowingly letting developers skirt around national building code requirements. Let me say this clearly. There is no percentage of allowance when it comes to human safety. You don't get 10% of fire code. You don't get 80% of emergency access. You don't play math games with lives. But it gets worse. This employee told me, and I quote, "We can't just hold up all these permits. I've been slapped on the wrist multiple times for holding these up. By the time we inspect it, it's too late." And the one that truly stopped me, when I asked how many non-compliant builds are we talking about, hundreds? He replied, not hundreds, thousands. Let that sit with you for a second. Thousands. Thousands of buildings in our city pushed through with disregard for code, oversight, and consequence. And you, this council, will be the ones responsible when something inevitably strikes. So I'm asking you plainly, who is liable when someone is seriously injured or potentially killed? Who will take this responsibility? Because I tell you who it won't be. It won't be the developer who pocketed the cash. It won't be the bureaucrat pressured to keep their head down and their mouth shut. It will be this council. It will be you. We are no longer talking about abstract zoning policy. We are talking about lives, children, families, firefighters, neighbors. You've created a system where developers are handheld, safety is an afterthought, and citizens are gaslit for asking simple but important questions. I'm here to demand that you stop this today, not next week, today. I call for a full freeze on all residential development permits under these zoning bylaws, effective immediately, until an independent safety audit can be conducted, one that we will unfortunately have to pay for, because the cost of ignoring this will be far greater. This cannot continue. We will not sit by, and if you fail to act, the future headlines won't be about zoning. They'll be about liability, accountability, and loss. It's time to take safety seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Guest Wood. The next speaker is Jasmine Chiarella. Jasmine or Yasmin? Yasmin Chiarella. Apologies. The next is Al McCulley. Al McCulley. The next is Yvette Siran.
Yvette indicated she had to leave. She had prior commitments.
Okay. And is she joining remotely, or she's just going to
No,
step back?
she
Okay.
might do council correspondence.
Okay, excellent. Robert Swanston. Remote.
I'm here.
Robert, excellent. You have 5 minutes.
Good day, folks. Thank you for taking the time to actually listen to some of our concerns. One of the benefits, I guess, of being so late in the day in talking to you folks, a lot of my concerns have already been brought up and reiterated numerous times. I get it. The city needs tax dollars. The most efficient way to get tax dollars is to put more buildings on smaller sites with less cost for city maintenance, roads, et cetera, and so on and so forth. However, the damage the city is doing to the local neighborhoods cannot be counted in a few bucks saved here and there. I realize the developers need to make money. And I've heard the developers say that they actually want more space. They want more regulations removed. But of course developers want that. That's their job. Developers are there to develop. I've also heard the students complain about not having enough housing. I understand that. That is not the city's fault. That sounds more like a university problem. Why isn't the U of A putting on more row housing and more built tower buildings for residential students? Why isn't McEwen putting in more residential student housing? I get it as well. It's dollar value, and everyone wants to try to pass the buck along to somebody else. Unfortunately, with the way the zoning bylaws seem to be coming through right now, the city council and the universities and the developers are all passing the buck down to us, the residents who actually live in these neighborhoods. The developers don't live in these older neighborhoods. The developers are usually, and I have met many of them as my line of business in my private life is in home construction, live in nice, large acreages or gated communities. They don't live in an older neighborhood like myself in Millwoods. The students, pointed out, don't live here either. The students come, they work here, live here for 3-4 years, and then they go back to wherever they're from. On my street, I would estimate that there are 20% rental properties. Now that being either the whole house is rented out or a basement suite is rented out. And we have jammed packed parking in certain areas. I moved back to Edmonton back in '02 after living in Edmonton for many years before that. And we moved into Summerside. The problem is, if you go down any of the streets with the duplexes or the fourplexes in Summerside, you see exactly the kind of parking problem that is going to come with and grow into the older neighborhoods as you keep pushing more and more multifamily units into our neighborhoods. A single family home is what most people aspire to actually own. We don't aspire to own a duplex. We don't aspire to own an eighth of an eightplex. We want a single family home that we can raise our families in. We want space in our yards so we can actually have pets, so we can have kids outside playing. And taking them away by turning residential areas and allowing developers to come in with deeper pockets than what most single family families can afford to pay 20 to 30% over asking price for a simple property is making it very difficult for the average family coming forward. Anyway, that's all I've got to say. It's just, I realize there's economics involved, but the city has to realize we, the taxpayer, also recognize that there's economics involved. And unfortunately, you're asking us to pay the bill regardless. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Guest Swanston. Guest Callahan, James Callahan.
Hello.
Yep, you have 5 minutes.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is James, and I live in the McKernan-Belgravia area, and I'm here in favor of the new zoning bylaw. There have been many good reasons presented for the zoning overhaul, so I'll just focus on two. Number one is flexibility. As a homeowner in Belgravia, the new zoning gives me flexibility to adapt to changes in my life as they occur. For example, I would like to have my parents move onto my property when I get older so they can live independently, but with any family support they might need. With the new zoning, I could easily add a garden suite for them if that time comes. And our kids may want to stay in the neighborhood when they move out. It would be a shame for them to be forced to live with their parents just to remain engaged in their community and to live near their friends and family. Having appropriate types of housing for all periods of our lives is important for a healthy and long-lasting local community. My partner and I have considered on multiple occasions starting a small business. Allowing us to make small bets on the commercial use of our home gives us the flexibility to explore those avenues without huge upfront barriers to entry, like renting a commercial space. The new zoning law is also simpler and easier to understand than before, so that's an improvement for inexperienced individuals looking to improve our city in their own way. And the second point is financial sustainability for the city. The last speaker touched on that as well. The fact is, road, sewer, and water infrastructure is very expensive to build and to maintain. As citizens, we should all care about getting as much use out of existing infrastructure as possible. More density means lower tax collection required per household to maintain our infrastructure. That means more public money to spend on amenities that we can all enjoy, like public parks, paths, bike lanes, and transit. I personally believe it's fiscally irresponsible for us to continue developing outwards and essentially acquiring more liabilities in the form of city infrastructure. None of us can escape the effects of a budget that just won't balance. So in summary, I want to see our city grow and adapt to everyone's changing needs, and Bylaw 20001 allows for an appropriate amount of incremental development on paper and from what I've seen on the street in practice. In other words, it's not offensive to me and to some of my neighbors I've spoken to. For what it's worth, some people actually like the aesthetic of larger apartment buildings. My next door neighbor recently told me that she does. So with that, I'll cede the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Guest Callahan. Could you correct the pronunciation?
Yeah, Callahan, yeah.
Callahan, excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes panel 4. I'll look to the clerk. Did any others join us? Maybe just in case I'll do a call. Is Eric Glick here? Okay, I think that's it then. So I invite my colleagues sign up on the board if you have questions for panel 4. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. My question's for Mr. Swanston. you know, you're talking about the economics and realizing that, you know, I think we're all taxpayers here, but there is only one taxpayer, whether it's municipal, federal, or provincial. And so I'm just wondering, you said student housing isn't the city's problem. It should be the university's problems, and I'm just wondering the economics of where they would get that funding from. Post-secondary institutions have seen a drop in their funding from the province.
I understand that most universities have seen a drop in the students coming forward. A lot of that issue comes from, how should I put this? Poor planning from the universities has resulted in incredibly poor results for the students themselves. I don't see why the universities should make the housing issue for students the city's problem. I have been through the post-secondary system. I know people who are working in the post-secondary system, and there is money to be found and there is money available. And the thing is, if the universities actually put these residences up, then that is income for them at the end of the day.
So you're thinking that the university should be trying to self-fund these projects?
The universities could quite easily self-fund these projects with the money that they've got in their budgets and the reserves that they are sitting upon.
And where do they get the initial capital from to build these projects?
That's why I'm saying they have it within their own, much like any other private industry, they have to either go to the bank to get it and borrow against it, or they use their own money that they are sitting on right now.
Okay, my time is up. Thank you.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you for this panel speakers. So my question goes to Mr. Taff. And so I really appreciate you talk about the principle and then between the people and the numbers. I cannot agree with you more. And we need to focus on the people and not only the numbers. So my question is about from 8 unions reduced to the 4 unions. Can you give me a little bit more details, the reason, the rationale, and you think if we reduce from 8 unions to 4 unions, the benefits and also how that impacts the concerns we heard today and over from many speakers?
Sure. Let me start, Councillor Rice, with your comment about numbers versus people. I think that comes to a fundamental challenge here. To my mind, and when I go back to the beginnings of this whole exercise with the city plan, it's largely a numbers-driven, technocratic, top-down exercise. My whole understanding of urban planning and of democracy and politics is it should be a bottom-up. You go into neighborhoods, you say, we've got a problem, how do we engage the people in this? And the numbers come out of that. So I think we have a conflict in fundamental philosophies between a numbers-driven technocratic exercise and a people-driven democratic one. In terms of the 8 to 4 units, I think one place to start is simply saying how much do we want to increase density? And if we allow 4 units on a property which previously had 1 housing unit, that's a 4-fold increase in density. That's quite a significant increase. One of the earlier speakers talked about phasing.
I'll have to pause for time. Are there others who? Okay, Councillor Wright.
I'll do one more, just quick questions, because I'm, Mr. Wood, you talked about a single lot being subdivided?
That's correct, yeah, there's a single lot.
So split?
It was split, yes. So it's currently subdivided, so there's 8 dwellings, 8 units on the both parcels of lot now. Mr. Knack has seen the property with us, and I mean, even when we walked through it with Knack, Mr. Knack, he he told us, and I quote, this wasn't the intended purpose of this bylaw, so
So it was split and then it ends up having 2 8 units?
that's correct.
Okay, okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. And then, and I am concerned about the senior handicap stall. That it was eventually, once it was sorted out and realized that this was a handicap stall that was being requested, that it was granted?
As far as I understand, what happened was the commercial loading zone took the entire width of her lot. Mr. Knack went on a walk for us, noticed it. As I understand it, it took about 2 months for the commercial loading zone to be shortened, so it was just in front of the development that I'm speaking about. I'm not sure if this individual is a senior lady, has a hard time with mobility. DATS comes and picks her up, I think on a kind of a daily basis. You know, she needs that stall, and it was basically overridden by a commercial loading zone.
Okay, okay. Any other questions? I'll ask Councillor Knack because my time's almost up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
So I would like to give the time to Mr. Taft to finish your answer. Why you think that we change from 8 unions to 4 unions would resolve or at least address the concerns we heard today over and over?
Well, as I was beginning to say, one of the previous speakers talked about a gradual process of densification. Going from 1 to 8 that's a big leap. And I understand that under certain circumstances, the previous zoning bylaw would allow 6. Those were fairly limited circumstances. It wasn't common. So going from 1 to 8 is simply a bridge too far. It's simply asking too much of people. It's a dramatic impact on a neighborhood. Lots that these buildings are being dropped onto were never designed to have 8 housing units. So you end up with buildings that are squeezed into a lot where the doorways are along the sides. You lose the streetscape. You lose a lot. So 4 seems like a reasonable compromise here. 4 is a 4-fold increase in density, and yet it still can provide some respect for the local neighborhood, and it can still be fit onto say a 50-foot wide lot without feeling like it's entirely out of context enforced.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, just to speak the gap, out of the 16,000 permits that have been approved in 2024, less than 10% are for units more than, for sites more than 8 units. How is that a radical change?
Was that to me?
Yes.
If I understood you correctly, Mayor Sohi, the sound was a little bit garbled. Out of the 50,000 housing permits issued last year, about 10% were for 8-unit buildings.
Yeah, so out of all the permits that have been issued, less than 10% will accommodate 8 units.
The first thing I would say is that this zoning bylaw is only, I mean, when the review was done, the zoning bylaw was 1 year old.
My question is very specific, Kevin.
Okay. And
How is that a radical change? Isn't this incremental change happening in other communities?
not if you go to those other communities, Mayor Sohi. And I would say, if you could let me finish my point, that what's 10% in the first year, if you spend time on YouTube watching the hustlers selling these 8-unit opportunities, I think there's a very distinct possibility that it's going to go from 10 to 15 to 20%. And that's significant. If you have one of these, or in the case of many neighborhoods now, 8 or 10 or 12 of these going in, that's a significant change. And I will point out that it's the possibility that this could happen that is so stressful for people. I return to the quote from the May 20th hearing 2 weeks ago here. I used to be a lover of Edmonton, and now I live in fear of what might be built next door. That fear is rampant in every neighborhood. That's a fundamental change.
Well, I'm out of time. We also heard from other people who are moving into Edmonton
Thank you.
because of the change.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to ask that, Mr. Taft. I mean, does it matter if, what the gross numbers are across the city if, 10, 12, 15 are in a specific neighborhood in a year?
Well, yes, it does. I mean,
Do you
I
care
have
what's happening in what might be happening outside the hen day, for instance? Or does it matter what's happening, within 3 blocks of your house?
it matters what's happening within the established neighborhoods, the so-called redeveloping neighborhoods. And that's where you're hearing these concerns. That's where people are living in fear. That's where in some neighborhoods you have, in my neighborhood, you have one company that's bought up 17 properties. If you accumulate what's in adjacent neighborhoods, it's something like 70 properties to drop these in. So yes, it's a real impact. I mean, that's like saying, well, I won't get too wound up here. These are real impacts, and they're real impacts not just physically but psychologically.
And so to dismiss those impacts by saying it's 10% across the entire city, so what's the big deal? It matters when it's next door.
It does matter. Yeah, I mean, you could dismiss almost any issue. I mean, the old line is if we average out the temperatures, Alberta doesn't have a winter.
Or summer. Thank you.
So averages and lumping things together really conceals the reality of a situation.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to jump into that last point because I take the point and the concern around that fear and concern. It seems to me that correct information is really critical in not stoking fears. What role do you think we share in doing that?
I'm not sure who the we is you're referring to. I mean, fundamentally, I find this entire process has been done as a technocratic exercise rather than a democratic one. So if you talk to some schools of urban planning, they would have said the city should have gone into all these different neighborhoods and actually said, okay, folks, we have a problem here. Let's work together. Let's collaborate on that.
And sorry, just to clarify, so a process like city plan that it'd say, how do we want to grow to 2 million? How do we do that as a community? Is that not what you're suggesting?
To me, the city plan is fundamentally wrong. It's wrong both in some of its basic assumptions, but even more fundamentally, Councillor Stevenson, it's wrong in the way it was developed. It was very much a top-down kind of urban planning vision, the same kind of utopian vision that we've seen play out in urban planning for many decades. There was a time not that long ago in this city when urban planning was done from the neighborhoods up. That doesn't mean the city abdicated responsibility. It meant it went into neighborhoods and said, okay, folks, we as a city have some challenges here. Let's work together on those.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just out of time and can clarify the way that city plan was informed from the grassroots. Thank you.
So just checking, are there any other committee members to speak or questions for panel 4? Mayor Sohi has their hand up again. Clerk, could you put Mayor Sohi on the board, please? Mayor Sohi, you have 2 minutes. Mayor Sohi?
I think, first of all, it's very disingenuous to assume that council members asking questions of panels are being dismissive of community's concerns. I take exceptions to those comments, because I stayed throughout the whole presentation of people listening to their concerns. I did not leave the meeting to advance any of my personal ambitions, right? So I think it's important to respect.
So I'm gonna call up, thank you, Councillor Knack, is that a point of order?
Yes, I just want us to focus on the questions of our panelists right now.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor Sohi, do you have any questions for the panelist?
Yes, just following up on that specific question around amount of density being promoted or institute. Like this is annual review, and there'll be other annual reviews. This is to Speaker Taft. If we see that trend growing, there's always opportunity to revisit. But at this time, just pointing on the same data now, you see this as a significant change. I understand.
I'm not sure how to respond, Mayor Sohi. I had no intention of impugning you personally at all. From the perspective of somebody who all of you know, unfortunately, I've spent many, many hours sitting in these chambers, and time again, council has voted down what neighbors have said, as most recently as May 20th, when Garno presented an astonishingly good presentation and was completely eliminated. So don't be surprised that neighborhoods feel ignored.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rice.
Just one more question to Mr. Wood. Thank you for coming back and to share your experience. So I do heard you mention about the non-compliance, some building permits.
Yep.
So is your point to try to link that non-compliance building permits and to this, how we implement this bylaw? Or is there anything you would like to add, say this, because we're talking about the bylaw itself. So how this bylaw, you try to say, I try to make the connection. Maybe you can explain a
Well, my
little bit more.
point is the developments that are being done as a result of this bylaw are being done so in a way that directly infringes upon the National Building Code, which the City of Edmonton is obligated and enacts within their own city to enforce the building codes here. There's countless safety violations for this specific development. I mean, the big one is there's rear units that are more than the required, the minimum distance, the maximum distance that you can have from an emergency vehicle at the front of the dwelling. And if something ever happened, like a fire, where a resident from the back unit had to traverse through the house, it would never happen. And the rear alley is completely insufficient on all points that the MBC requires and that you as the City of Edmonton require.
Okay, so that means that is the most important point, and how we make sure that the emergency access and then during this development as a result of this bylaw.
I think the point is that a lot of these, especially 8 dwelling units, are going to be infringing upon those emergency access requirements.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So, any other questions of panel 4? Hearing none, I thank all the panelists for their engagement today. And again, as always, just because you may not have got a question, we still may have to ask your question to administration later. Unfortunately, this is the way the process works. We're now going to load panel 5 as our guests depart. I would invite Andre Despins, remote, Dolly Cepeda Montefer, remote, Sheila Feimeister. Okay, she'll be speaker number 3. If I don't know if you have a way of getting a hold of her. Kim Wagner, remote, Morgan Wallace, in person. Morgan, yeah, excellent. You're speaker number 5. Penny Lightfoot, Penny. Penny, remote, sorry, speaker number 6. Haley Core, Kalon, Haley, Hallie, excellent. You're number 7. Naomi Stefura. Naomi, you're number 8. Darina Schneider. Darina, remote. Bob Summers, remote, you'll be number 10. And then Bradley Colsey, you'll be number 11. So clerk's just getting everybody seated, and then we'll start. Andre Despins. Andre?
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, you'll be up in just a minute here. I'm just waiting for the clerk to. And speakers, if any of you had presentations, just flag it for the clerk, and they can pull it up for you. Good to go? Yeah. Okay, Andre, guest Despins, you have 5 minutes.
Great to all. Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for this opportunity to speak. So much has been said already, so I'll try to make this relatively quick. I'm a resident of Glenora. My wife and I bought our first home here about 5.5 years ago. And the changes we've seen and that seem to be rushed are a concern to us, many of our neighbors. This is why I come here to speak today. So this blanket rezoning seems very short-sighted and ultimately lacks leadership and meaningful input from Edmontonians who have invested in their neighborhoods. We can manage this challenge, it seems, by rethinking several of the changes that are underway. And I think this is critically important to Edmontonians' trust of their council and city administration, and ultimately generational decisions that will impact the quality of life in our city. Most Edmontonians, I believe, would rather like to see a more thoughtful and consultative approach to our shared densification goals. There is no cookie cutter or blanket approach that works with a large city like ours. Student housing, for example, is very different than a family buying their first home, considering factors like parking, home size, design, access to green space, to name a few factors. The current approach risks crowding out of homes suitable to families. This has been a consequence seen in other cities that did not take a measured approach. And while approval for 8-unit buildings may be small overall, as the mayor noted right now, the door is still open, and inevitably in the mature neighborhoods closer to downtown, the impact will be significantly more than the city overall. But our current approach doesn't take this into account at all. This blanket rezoning and measuring success by the number of permits granted is a bare minimum strategy, if a strategy at all, and lacks the fundamental principles of democratic policy development. The first priority, it seems, should be densification using towers along major arteries and planned clusters. We've seen this work in other cities with phased development. Secondly, specific neighborhood development plans should be part of the rezoning policy changes, allowing these neighborhood-specific factors to be considered, allowing organic and constructive engagement of community members, leading to incremental change, leveraging the expertise of these community members, and allowing time for comprehensive assessment of infrastructure and service capacities, and time to assess accessibility and affordability outcomes. The last thing I want to mention is uninhabited homes. In our neighborhood, we had 2 homes within 2 blocks of us that are now rezoned, but these homes stood for just about 2.5 years uninhabited and had several police and fire visits. They had fires. One was gutted by the fire, yet it still stood for 2.5 years. multiple illegal entries and crime issues. And these issues persevere despite the multiple police and fire visits, complaints to city and council, and the escalating enforcement undertaken by the city. So this is unacceptable, and I think just one example of the city rushing into the blanket rezoning. And I realize this is a bit sort of adjacent to this conversation, but it's something I wanted to raise. So in summary, I urge council to pause the current blanket rezoning, allowing 8-unit builds, 8-unit builds, include neighborhood-specific development plans in rezoning policy development, and ensuring that uninhabited homes be demolished in a timely manner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Guest Despens. Guest Cepeda Montefort. Dolly? Okay, we'll have to pass. Sheila Feimeister. Sheila? We'll have to pass. Kim Wagner.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Excellent. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Kim Wagner, and I would like to thank you for having me on the meeting today. I am a resident from Crestwood, and my neighborhood has been greatly impacted by the 16-unit dwelling that Evan Wood referenced from panel 4. I did have a presentation that I sent through to the clerk. I'm not sure if that is something that would be ready.
Sorry, we'll pause your time there for a sec. Clerk, do we have the...
We have not received it.
Oh, I had sent it earlier this Okay, well, in the interest of time, because I understand everybody's been here for a very long day.
Yeah, if you don't mind, if you can email us the presentation, we can all take a look at it. But if you want to just speak freely now, you still have the floor.
Sure, thank you.
Is that okay? Yeah.
That's not a problem. It's a bit more impactful with photos. Those photos are of my 8-year-old son who accessed an open excavation that was unmanned, straight cut down by 15 feet, construction site of said 16-unit building. This was on January 28th of this year. So my buy-in didn't start against these multi-unit homes until I ended up my own son and his safety at risk because of that. So like many residents here today, I was naive about this prescribed densification that's being forced into our neighborhoods until that January 28th. I mentioned my son got onto the open excavation construction site that a phone call was made to 311, 2 phone calls on my part, occupational health and safety, and emails, and since many communications with Councillor Knack. And unfortunately, I'm very grateful for the time that Councillor Knack has put into hearing my concerns. Unfortunately, the one thing that has confirmed for me and all residents in this neighborhood is that compliance and safety are not priorities of the City of Edmonton with this intentional prescribed densification that is happening. So I understand that there is a project implementation plan and that there's also the cap or whatever the construction companies are supposed to be agreeing to. But unfortunately, my stance is that I cannot support this zoning with blanket 8+ units on one lot, specifically because there is so many examples of oversight of no inspection being done, auto approvals, safety concerns to the neighbors, to the children in the neighborhood, to everybody. And this is like the person who just spoke before me is saying that there were people without homes coming into the property of, a house that had been supposed to have been built in or built on. My concern specifically lays with the fact that we don't have the appropriate resources, such as safety codes officers that have been put into play from the city of Edmonton. And if the intentional densification is as aggressive as it has been, we simply need to have more people and more resources put in place to be ensuring responsible build. And that also goes to the longevity of the homes that are going to be built. So if it is truly a matter of wanting to increase homes for people, sorry, that's my son. If you really want to increase homes for people, I feel do the due diligence and make sure it's done safely. My biggest concern is that of all of the complaints between myself and my neighbors that have been logged against this one single property, it has been confirmed by the city of Edmonton that there has been no actionable fines or write-ups because of non-compliance, which is alarming. If there is such a lack of ensuring safe work codes for these massive builds, we're just talking about what, an achievement of 16,500 builds or units that were just approved in 2024. We're looking at about 45 units a day that are being approved. And at what cost? There is no compliance, there's no safety measures that are being looked at. So I do not support this bylaw, especially with increasing multifamily dwellings, until we can for sure prioritize that the city of Edmonton shows they're prioritizing public engagement and safety. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I also forgot to read in guest Allison Barber will be speaker 12 on the panel here. So thank you, guest Wagner. Guest Morgan Wallace.
Good evening, members of Urban Planning Committee. My name is Morgan Wallace. I live in the community of Greenfield, and I'm a member of the Edmonton Neighborhoods United Group. I'm here today on behalf of thousands of residents who oppose the current approach outlined in the zoning bylaw and district plans. While there is broad agreement on the need for densification, the key issue is not whether we densify, but how. E&U members have spoken to specific motions today. What I want to emphasize is that my community of Greenfield supports thoughtful densification by limiting the number of units to 4 per lot. That can include duplexes, secondary suites, and backyard housing. What we oppose is the removal of local context and the community planning that has been replaced by top-down zoning that disregards decades of neighborhood evolution and the sense of place that residents have invested in. We're not asking you to abandon densification. We're asking you to do it right. That means aligning growth with affordability, respecting neighborhood scale, and upholding strong standards for architectural quality, mature tree preservation, and landscape permeability. There is time to get this right. This is the moment to refine the bylaw. E&U has formed a coalition of dozens of mature neighborhoods. We are ready to collaborate. Let's support smart growth that builds community, not just density. Let's take this opportunity to create a better, more inclusive Edmonton through transparency, precision, and real public engagement. And I want to talk about all the speakers that talked in favor today for the bylaw. The majority of these speakers outside the student union reps were those who profit from higher density.
Sorry, I'm just gonna pause you there for a sec. We shouldn't speak of other speakers, like unless, maybe just say, make it more general, not anyone in specific.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yep, got it,
thanks.
sorry. First time here. Those with serious concerns that were asking about 3-bedroom places, that still aligns with a 4-unit per site proposal. When I think about the 8-plex, I think about rental spaces. Those are places that are definitely places that are desirable for rentals. But when we talk about getting people into the market for affordability, first-time home buyers, I feel like a 4-unit build would better suit that, since they would be able to build equity and build something that fits better into the existing neighborhood. I think that doing 4 per unit is a win-win for both sides. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next is guest Lightfoot. Penny Lightfoot. Penny Lightfoot. Okay, next is guest Haley Kaelin. Oh, yeah.
Hallie Core Gallo.
Gallo, perfect. Please lean into the mic when you're talking. They're very weak.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Hallie Core Gallo, the PACE candidate for councillor in Ward Garahio. Today, I'm bringing forward the concerns of the worried and frustrated community members in my ward who feel unheard by the current city council. This poorly planned zoning bylaw is effectively destroying communities across the city. Just yesterday, I received a disheartening email from a constituent in Ward Garahio. She expressed her deep frustration, having stated how the changes to the zoning bylaw have strained the already aging drainage, water, and sanitary sewer systems in her neighborhood and those adjacent to hers. She goes on to voice that these are houses that people have worked tirelessly to afford and make their home. They take pride in the architecture, the safety and ample sunlight, the spacious parking, and functioning sewer systems, all of which are vanishing as more and more multi-unit builds replace single-family homes. We can all agree, we need more housing, but this is about more than density. It's about the livelihood of Edmontonians. It's about the peace of mind one deserves when buying a single-family house and starting a family, that their concerns regarding their own neighborhood will be heard, that they will not be blindsided by those they elected. I ask you, Council, would you buy and live in a single-family home right beside a multi-unit building where you receive no sunlight, you cannot park in front of your own home because of excessive motor traffic, and the sewer system is backing up? Collaboration with community members is vital when making permanent changes to their neighborhoods. As this council focuses on densification, I remind you that this isn't a one-size-fits-all, and an overarching generic zoning bylaw is not the way to go. Each neighborhood has different needs, so I urge council to pause, consult communities, and find solutions to the housing crisis that aren't at the expense of thousands of Edmontonians and homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you. Guest Penny Lightfoot. Penny was unmuting herself, so I believe she's with us. They are with us, I'm not sure. Penny?
She's unmuted. I'm not sure if she's having issues.
Okay, Penny Lightfoot. Okay, we're gonna have to come back to you then. We'll go to our next speaker and we'll come back to you. Guest Stafura.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Naomi Stafura and I live in the neighborhood of Glenora on 135th Street, just south of 107th Ave. I live in an infill bungalow that used to back on to 3 single-family homes. As of right now, directly behind my home, there is now a 9-plex under construction on the corner. Next door to that, an 8-plex under construction. And next door to that, a house that was just torn down last week and ready for development. So where I used to have 3 neighbors, I will now for sure have 17 and potentially 25 neighbors with no requirement for parking on streets that are already full. Access in and out of our section of the neighborhood is limited by the train and significantly backed up in the mornings. The streets are full of cars on both sides, already making it single-lane traffic down our streets. The school in our neighborhood is overloaded, with class sizes of over 30 children. It's a small schoolhouse built in the 1940s that only has capacity for 1 classroom per grade. One of the many great features of the Glenora neighborhood is all the mature trees. And as I said, I back onto 3 developments currently underway where all of the trees on those 3 lots were completely cut down, including 3 huge, healthy, 50-plus-year-old spruce trees. Respect for nature has been completely lost in this new wave of infill development. Edmonton isn't a city that has as much history as some of the other big cities in Canada. However, we do have these historic neighborhoods with big, beautiful trees and canopies of leaves. and I think it's important that we protect some of these neighborhoods. All major cities, much larger and denser than Edmonton, still have preserved, thoughtful, historic neighborhoods, while we seem to be willing to destroy ours. But my greatest concern is that we aren't actually fixing anything. I've heard reasonings of a housing crisis and the missing middle and trying to stop suburban sprawl, and I don't know that we're actually achieving any of those goals with this type of infill. Financially, these eightplexes only make sense with extremely high debt leverage and low interest rates through the CMHC program, which results in only rental product and no home ownership. When or if those programs end, these projects may no longer make sense financially and the rent will not be affordable. But by that time, the damage will be done with awkward eightplexes dotted all over the neighborhoods, with no rental market to support them. Even if you build 50 of these eightplexes in Glenora, that only adds 400 rental units to the city. You could just as easily build a few 4-story walk-up apartments with underground parking along the corridors to achieve the same thing, if rental is truly the problem that we have. There's also a large inventory of condos currently on the market not being utilized and new apartment buildings downtown that developers are struggling to fill. I understand the need for density, but when we speak of affordability, they're often referring to the ability to afford the purchase of a home. We keep hearing about this influx of people and population growth. Alberta is calling. But most people currently moving to Edmonton from bigger cities like Vancouver and Toronto are doing so because they can't afford to buy a home in the city they've left. They aren't moving here to move into eightplex rental units. So those people moving here and this population growth being referenced are forced into the suburbs that we are trying to avoid growing into. We've also just created a serious affordability issue in the inner city. There are plenty of beautiful 1970s bungalows in some of these older communities that many families would very happily live in. However, with the current system, developers are snapping up every single lot that comes up, cash deals, no conditions, paying full ask, and then tearing these homes down. Perfectly livable homes. One developer in Glenora even bought and tore down a house built in 2007. The average family who wants to move into these neighborhoods is completely being priced out at this point by developers. We are soon going to have nothing but $2 million houses and rental eightplexes, nothing to own in the middle. We're driving families to suburbia for single-family home ownership, and at the same time, we're demolishing any affordable product that we currently have in the inner city. I often hear residents of Glenora being accused of NIMBYism, and I would argue that nobody wants this in their backyard. It's not because we live in Glenora that we think we are special. If you built a brand new house in a new neighborhood in the city, and suddenly an 8-plex or 16-plex was constructed next door, I'm not sure anyone would be happy with that. Nobody is against density, me particularly. I just think it needs to be planned density in appropriate areas in the same way as new neighborhoods. There's often a cul-de-sac of single family, a specific row of townhomes, a designated multifamily area, and so on. That way people can choose what product type they want to live in and what they want to be surrounded by. I don't expect special treatment because I live in Glenora. I want to be treated the same as everyone in all of our new communities in Edmonton, where we have appropriately master planned to allow for smart density. I appreciate that the committee is taking time to do this one-year review, and I call for immediate action to pause applications so that these zoning reviews can be completed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Guest Schneider, Drina Schneider.
Yes, hi, good evening. I have a presentation as well, if it's available.
They're pulling it up now.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep, it's on the screen, so
Okay.
please proceed.
Thank you. So good evening, council members and administration. Today, my name is Drina Schneider, and I'm speaking on behalf of Strong Towns YEG. So we're a local Strong Towns conversation group registered with Strong Town YEGs, and we're comprised of city residents who are passionate about building a stronger and more financially resilient city. Next slide. So financial sustainability, providing some context here. It describes the municipality's ability to manage its finances in a way that supports the ongoing delivery of essential public services while meeting both current and future financial obligations. So what does that mean? That means we're balancing our revenue generation with our managing our expenditures and long-term financial planning. City plan references financial sustainability on page 148, and where it recognizes there is a relationship between the way that Edmonton grows and the city's long-term financial sustainability goals. And essentially, a more compact urban form will reduce some of those capital growth requirements that are required in new growth areas. Next slide, please. So looking at the historical pattern of growth in the city, since the 1950s, like most municipalities in North America, the predominant form of development in Edmonton has been suburban expansion. So outward growth consuming previously undeveloped land. Typically, it's low-density family residential development, though recent planned areas have increased residential densities, and essentially auto-oriented development patterns. What's interesting to note is as of December 2023, so there could be some more current information, the low-density residential potential lot supply available in approved ASPs and NSPs was 71,529. That doesn't even include all our future planned areas that don't have ASPs approved or NSPs approved yet. Next slide, please. So this historical pattern of growth in the city, yes, this new development increases the city's assessment base. That's great. And new growth, however, this new growth also requires services. So that includes capital infrastructure servicing and operating expenditures. Now, the developers do typically fund the on-site municipal infrastructure and also contribute to costs of some of the major off-site infrastructure to service future development. So oftentimes in the short term, this looks like a net financial win to the city. However, next slide, please. Suburban development results in a growing infrastructure asset base for the city and increased financial obligations. So I'm just showing you a chart here where maybe we are getting free assets, contributed assets, or assets paid from development. However, when it gets transferred over to the city, we are responsible for those capital reinvestment costs. So these assets just add to the growing inventory of assets the city needs to manage. And this is not a one-time, it is an ongoing financial liability to the city. All ratepayers pay. Next slide, please. So at the same time, we have existing developed neighborhoods that need attention and care. So on the downside, we have mature and established neighborhoods whose population has decreased, declining population and economic conditions resulting in a loss of non-residential development, looking at issues of school capacities and the need for renewal and infrastructure renewal. On the upside, most, if not all, of the infrastructure in place to service the development is available to accommodate higher population levels and access and proximity to many established amenities, services, facilities, and venues. So it's a priority for the city to ensure existing neighborhoods are complete and thriving. This is achieved through redevelopment and reinvestment. Next slide, please. So this is a neighborhood life cycle chart. It is provided in the city plan as well as by the growth analysis unit. And it's very telling about the life cycle of each neighborhood. And I just want to put it out there. I won't talk to it now just for a lack of time, but it's very important to understand where all of our neighborhoods are throughout the city. Next slide, please. So existing development, even without significant changes in physical form, mature and established neighborhoods have been experiencing change. So for example, there are 71 neighborhoods in Edmonton that had a peak population in 1971. There has been a drop in population of 30% in these 71 neighborhoods. That's quite significant. That shows opportunity. Next slide. So in terms of existing development on non-residential, between 2015 and 2014, our city's non-residential assessment base declined by 5%, despite a 26% increase in population and a 29% increase in assessment. Overall, our downtown commercial assessment decreased by 36%. This loss of non-residential assessment places an increased burden on residential property taxes.
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop you
Yep.
there.
Okay, thank you. I am available for questions.
Yep, excellent. Thank you. Please stick around. That was thank you, Guest Schneider. Guest Summers. Guest Summers is not available. Guest Bradley Colsey?
Hello. Yes.
Excellent. Guest Colsey?
Yes.
Yeah, you have, great. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brad Colsey. I am the president of the Glenora Community League. I have the honor and privilege today to speak on behalf of our league, representing a diverse and deeply engaged neighborhood. Let me begin by stating, Glenora supports the city's overall vision for increased density and infill. However, and this is key, we believe these changes must be implemented in a way that is balanced, community-informed, granular, with a commitment to respecting existing neighborhoods and maintaining collaborative relationships with residents and stakeholders. We strongly support the recommendations put forward by the Residential Infill Working Group. I'd like to briefly highlight several key recommendations we feel are critical. Reducing maximum building length to 20 meters. Eliminating side yard entrances that face neighboring homes, which raise serious privacy and safety concerns. Capping density at 4 units per lot. Now, in addition to the physical and structural issues, I want to speak to a critical and often overlooked concern, mental health. We respectfully call on this committee to direct administration to include a formal mental health impact analysis as part of the zoning policy. Yes, the city has made commendable strides in recognizing mental health through broader initiatives like the Recover program, the open space policy. But these efforts are broad in scope and do not directly address the mental health impacts experienced by residents in mature neighborhoods undergoing rapid, destabilizing change. As president of the Glenora Community League, I hear daily from residents, longtime and new, who are anxious, overwhelmed, and increasingly disconnected from the place they call home. Construction fatigue, the loss of green space, the loss of privacy, and this disappearance of neighborhood character are contributing to the real and measurable mental health impacts. And this matters. Research shows that people who feel safe, secure, and connected to their communities experience better health outcomes, lower stress, stronger social ties, greater civic engagement, and overall resilience. These are the building blocks of a strong and stable city. In contrast, when residents feel ignored, destabilized, or displaced by the planning process, they are far more likely to experience chronic stress, anxiety, depression, and a breakdown of social cohesion, with lasting consequences on both individual well-being and community health. That is why we urgently request this committee to initiate a formal mental health review on the current zoning framework, integrate its finding into policy moving forward. Development should support not just growth and density, but also stability and well-being and quality of life for those who live here now and for those who will come after us. Until this mental health work is meaningfully done, we respectfully request a pause in development tied to the proposed new zoning framework. Incorporating mental health into city planning would show true vision and leadership, a city that plans with people in mind. Because a truly healthy city is not just measured by what we build, but how we live. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Guest, it was Colsey, is that correct?
Yes, Colsey.
Excellent, thank you. Guest Barber, Allison Barber, are you with us online?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. You have the floor.
Okay, good.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Okay. I had a presentation, but I'm going to guess that it probably didn't go through. And some of the stuff has already been said that I wanted to say, but I wanted to just touch a few things. With privacy, it's interesting to me that fences at ground level and exceeding 6 feet 7 inches are an issue. And so if your neighbor doesn't like it, they can take it down. It's on private property, so the city has nothing to do with it, and it can go to civil court. So with fencing not a solution to the things that are being built, I looked up columnar trees for families to gain privacy. The average height of a columnar urban tree, often seen in residential or street plantings, typically ranges from 8 to 10 feet. It's clear that trees would also not be a solution. With these types of row housing, residents' current ownership or right to privacy are not respected. A house can be built right now as high as 10.5 meters. There's no notification to individual neighbors required, only a notification on a website that it's up to residents to look at. There's no onus on developers. The sign finally goes up and the window of time to appeal is extremely short, and the bylaws leave no room to appeal because if you disagree with the height of a development and it is in the bylaw, you have no grounds to have a voice. So something that is over 6 feet is basically actionable, but something that is 3 stories is not. So the onus is on residents. Why? So there's a whole thing that says newsletters or flyers can be used to inform, blah, blah, blah. They can also take steps to shield themselves from some aspects of the construction, such as shifting their outdoor sitting area to a more private location, installing curtains on windows previously uncovered, gathering up kids' toys, etc. On my alley, the neighbors will now have 4 units staring into their backyard and at their small children from 3rd floor windows. The only place to go would be in the front yard where it's not safe for their children and dog as it is open to the street. Garbage. People have really covered that, so I don't think I need to do that. We lined them all up like a former person said, took pictures, and it's not possible to actually follow through with the garbage recommendations. And then I saw on a plan showing a garbage area put right beside a property, right beside the neighbor's fence. That would smell great for the neighbor. Again, no respect for current neighbors. Parking. Parking, is where I live, and there's been a huge increase in traffic and cars as residents pass away and young families move in. These families have 2 cars where there used to be 1-car families. The streets are crowded, and the new neighborhood renewal has decreased the spaces available on roads. Accommodating all these additional cars on our streets is not possible. There is no more room. The parking ban bylaw is outlined in section 36 of the City of Edmonton traffic bylaw, and it states about traffic bans that they shall not be parked on a highway or any location subjected to a parking ban. And as Edmonton is a winter city and vehicles will need to be plugged in, this will result up to 16 cars with electrical cords over sidewalks and is unsafe. So I'm curious, how many people tripping and falling will be needed to recognize this as a hazard? As well, alternative parking is available for winter clearing of snow and offered temporarily at the Capilano Public Library. This would be a very cold walk for residents, and the library has about 35 spots. This means that the 16 vehicles in one house could be parked there and still leave 19 spots for the population of Otwell, which was approximately 5,869 based on 2012 municipal census data. The Otwell population has increased incredibly since 2012, and so we know the number is much higher. Other things, I take exception with allowing developers, homeowners, and businesses to decide how much on-site parking to provide on their properties based on the particular operations, activities, or lifestyle, and that they're the best people to find the right amount of parking. This couldn't be further from the truth. These people don't even live in our neighborhoods, and less space for parking means more space for profit.
Thank you, guest barber. Right on the wire. Stay tuned. We might have questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm just going to do a call out. Clerk, could you, is Sheila Feimeister here? Sheila Feimeister, going once, going twice. Clerk, could you help me out? Who else have we missed today? Are you Sheila? Oh, they're not Sheila. Okay, never mind.
For all panels?
Just want to do a last call, just in case. Is there anybody who's joined the meeting who we may have missed earlier?
Michelle Peterson.
Oh, sorry.
Penny Lightfoot.
Oh, Penny, wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Okay, we'll go to Penny first. So Penny, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Penny Lightfoot, and I live in the McKernan neighborhood in a house where my family has lived for more than 100 years. Infill is proceeding very quickly here, and it's characterized by some very nice small-scale infill, but also by the removal of beautiful mature trees, mid-block 8-unit efforts, muddy alleys, and as others have said, without an opportunity for residents to shape development, and worse, to generally feel disrespected and a bit disenfranchised by their elected officials. Please, believe me when I say I am not opposed to densification. However, like most people, I want it to happen in a way that is sympathetic to each neighborhood's unique assets and challenges. One size does not fit all. I am pleased to see the proposed changes presented this morning, which do respond to some resident concerns, but I do not believe they are sufficient. I have a couple of comments and questions. First, the extreme focus on densification to the exclusion of other elements, things like preservation of the tree canopy, climate change considerations, the right to light, the ability to garden, parking, gentrification and loss of property value, infrastructure capacity, and last but absolutely not least, community cohesion has been very disappointing and I believe not consistent with the city's espoused values. Previous speakers have spoken eloquently to these and many other concerns, and I hope you will listen, understand, and quickly address them. Second, the escalation clause built into the bylaw came as a big surprise to me. In our neighborhood, this has contributed to the perception that developers' interests, along with tax revenue, will always be privileged over taxpaying residents' legitimate concerns, and to some, it seems like a betrayal. And now a couple of questions. Beyond densification, how is the effectiveness of the bylaw being assessed? Also, how are its unintended effects being monitored and addressed, and with what urgency? What is the explicit accountability to residents? Second question, what is the tipping point for maximum density and configuration type for a given neighborhood, after which the negatives are seen to outweigh the positives? Are there any actual limits? Has this question been a part of your planning process? And if yes, could you please share this information? Because right now, the perception is that there are no neighborhood-specific limits to infill development and density. To conclude, I am suggesting two ideas. First, that the city considers working directly with groups of communities. In our case, that'd be McKernan, Belgravia, Park Allen, and others, using the bylaw to develop customized infill plans, and that developers could then compete to implement that coherent planned vision. No more random development surprises. We are really eager to work with you. Second, that engagement is re-envisioned. Residents need a detailed rationale, not high-level statements, both for city plans and how resident input has been incorporated, and if not possible to incorporate the input, why? This would include explicitly valuing submissions from groups like the Residential Infill Group and demonstrating that valuing by, for example, being prepared today to speak, not generally, but explicitly about the concerns raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Guest Eric Glick. Eric, did you join the meeting? Guest Eric Glick. I think you're in the Google Meet. Are you there? Okay, hearing none. Okay, well, I'll look to the clerk then. If anybody else, at this time we'll go to questions of panel 5 and proceed from there. So, colleagues, if you would like to ask questions, please sign up for panel 5 and we'll go from there. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Ms. DeFura, you talked about access in the neighborhood was limited by the train, do you mean like LRT or train?
Yes, sorry, I should have clarified. I only had 5 minutes and I was trying to be very quick with my comments, but mostly just due to the fact that now that the LRT goes down Stony Plain Road, from our side of the neighborhood, you can't turn left. And so there's no way to get downtown right now where we normally would have turned left on Stony Plain. We must exit through the north end of the community, you know, to sort of head east.
Okay, and I only have 2 minutes.
Sorry.
So, but wouldn't that train access to train then make needing a car less so?
This is what we are all hoping,
Okay.
I think, in the city. But
So it's not necessary that everybody that moves into that complex is going to be. And
let's hope not.
Yeah, okay. And I think, thank you very much. And I see the lady beside you, Ms. Kalon, has left. Is she in the?
She seems to have
No,
left.
okay. Because I was concerned about her, the person she heard from about drainage concerns, and I don't know if she missed the EPCOR's comments this morning that drainage concerns are not a concern of EPCOR's in these redeveloping areas. Who else did I have a question for? Ms. Schneider, in my last 30 seconds, did you have any other comments about maybe neighborhood life cycle?
No, I think in terms of the life cycle, I think it was just important to understand that even these existing mature neighborhoods, there's financial obligations associated with them. But there is room, we have lots of room. Like I said, 71 neighborhoods, down 90,000 people.
Okay.
There's room for growth.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll take the floor there. I'll go to guest here as well. So I'm thinking about this term, this like market saturation. So I live in Garneau, and there's a lot of single units there. So much that I think that there was a while that pent up demand, I think, demanded all these 1 bedrooms, but now they're full. We're going to see more 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, or more. But I feel like there's other levers, like the CMHC financing, that's incenting other things, that's creating kind of it's not a perverse incentive in economic terms, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on that too. Like, when do you think we'll hit a leveling of the market?
Yes, no, I think that's a great question. I think what concerns me about the CMHC financing is it's construction financing for rental only, and that they're going to keep that program alive in Canada as long as rental is a problem across the country. And whether or not that problem is a problem in Edmonton for the same amount of time is what is going to be difficult for us as a city to assess.
But at some point, somebody's not going. If they can't rent it out, they're going to lose all their money.
Potentially, but by then it's built. And so I think like it's difficult as a city to have that foresight to try to decide where that market tipping point is, absolutely. But the risk is that we overbuild and then we're left with these rentals that are not fillable.
Yeah, when I was over in Hazeldean, they have a couple 8s, they have a couple 6s, but still a lot of under construction duplexes right now. So I'm wondering how much of this is not like anticipation of the LRT arriving or something.
Yes, and the CMHC financing, I think you need a minimum number of units, so you couldn't do a rental duplex under the CMHC. It's a minimum of, I believe, 7+, don't quote me on that. But I think something like the duplexes are probably more financed by conventional financing, and those builders are just hoping that they can still make a profit by renting them and or selling them with conventional financing. The difference with the CMHC is you don't have any skin in the game as the developer. You know, you can finance sort of upwards of 95% of what you're building at low interest rates. And so it's a lot easier for builders to just churn these out because they don't have a lot of risk. When they start building other product, they have more risk.
I have to call time on myself.
Fair.
Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. Just to Speaker Schneider as well, it seemed like you kind of ran out of slides there at the end. Was there anything else that you wanted to add?
You know what, I think it's just quickly just to kind of say the opportunities that the zoning bylaw allows in terms of reinvestment into our existing, mature and established neighborhoods, so we can grow the population, grow our businesses, and kind of, increase our assessment. But the other thing too is, talking about the successes we have with zoning bylaw renewal, I do have a concern about some of the unintended consequences. And so I'm just throwing it out there that the 8plexes are a concern based on just hearing what everyone had to say today.
Okay, thank you for that. And maybe just a question, thinking about the Strong Towns tie-in as well. I know one of the things that Strong Towns talks a lot about is just the importance of sort of incremental development over time, and that really adds up and can sort of course correct towards, as you were saying, a more fiscally sustainable urban form. I guess based on what you've seen with the data and information presented from administration, is this the type of, I guess, incremental phase development that that you would expect to see?
Yeah, certainly. Just the uptake in the duplexes, the triplexes, the fourplexes, that certainly would be what would classify kind of like that gentle infill densification. And there certainly is an uptake in that, and that's very valuable for these neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. And then really quickly, just to Speaker Barber, I know you also ran out of time, so I just want to give you the rest of mine. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I also wanted to say that environmentally, these guys can come in and they just say, oh, I'm going to buy this house, no questions asked. And it might be really well maintained and renovated and to build row housing, and it fills landfills, and that's not good for anybody. And the other thing I wanted to say is that, like the affordable housing investment plan that the city has out there talks about targeting people that need housing.
Sorry,
And
I have to call time there. Somebody might come back for another. I'm sorry, this 2 minutes is rapid fire. I will ask my colleagues. Does anybody on committee have a question? Councillor Wright.
I have a question for Ms. Barber. Could you continue on, please?
Oh, I appreciate you so much. Seniors made up 41% of priority populations. And in Otwell, a large number of us have lived there for years, and we plan on aging in place. And bungalows are really good for aging in place. And these 3-story projects take away from sunlight, privacy, and the things that keep us happy and physically and mentally fit, like gardening. And we want to know, like, how do these are not places where the seniors go, and this is changing our retirement plans because now we have to save money to buy our neighbor's place to ensure that we can maintain our lifestyle, and we didn't have to do that before, so now travel's out the door. And I'm not going to do my big summary because I think you guys probably know it. Okay, thank you.
And actually, Ms. Barber, since you did talk about aging in place, living in a bungalow, sometimes, you're probably in really good condition and health right now, but, what happens if you can no longer sort of do that regular maintenance on your house, enjoy the gardening that you do? Would you like the opportunity to age in place in the neighborhood?
Yeah. And you know what? These 3-story things are not good for anybody aging in place. And the other thing is, we have set up our house so that we could have somebody like a nanny come in our basement and take care of us. And they'd have their own suite. So that would be like adding some diversity to things. But then we could stay on the main floor. Like, we have really set it up for that. But now we have to worry about buying our neighbor's house so that we don't get everything we love taken away from us.
Okay, I don't quite understand why you have to buy your neighbor's house, but my time is almost up. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wright. Last call for questions of panel 5. Hearing none, I'll look to the clerk then, just confirming we have completed all of the questions of the public, and then now we can go to questions of administration.
That's correct.
Okay, so what I propose is we now move to questions of administration. When we're and I'll put myself on the board first. I'll move receipt of information because I selected the item, and I propose we go through questions first, then we take a break. We have to reset eScribe anyway. We have to recharge some team members, and then from there we'll come back and we can look at amendments. And I know some folks have amendments. This is a chance just to talk it out and make sure that we've got the wording and things proper, so we're not wordsmithing all night. Then we proceed to vote on the amendments, etc. Then we conclude the meeting. Does that sound? That sounds good. Okay. So first of all, I'm on the Councillor Knack. Do you want to if I may, as I selected the item, if I may jump in? Okay, thank you. So first of all, I'd like to put receipt of information on the floor. Okay, thank you. And then I guess my question, so a lot today, a lot of really good content, and I think there's a lot of really shared common ground I heard between a lot of people about what we want to see. One that came up, though, some of these questions about like unsafe construction sites or some of the other more serious concerns we heard speakers articulating today, whether it's a 1-bedroom, 8-bedroom, or garage suite, we don't want to see that. So what's going on and what do we do?
So just in terms of the overall construction site safety, we'll call it program that the city employs, we obviously have a safety codes team that reviews all of our building permits so that they are in compliance with the Safety Codes Act. That authority that we have, or our accreditation, is renewed yearly. The Safety Code Act also audits us every 3 years to ensure that we are upholding what we are supposed to uphold. In terms of on-site construction access.
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there. If I can ask the folks in the gallery if we want to take sidebar conversations aside, it actually echoes quite a bit down here. Sorry about that.
In
Please.
terms of ongoing construction site management and the safety concerns that are brought up by citizens, we respond through 311 inquiries. For instance, that one lot in Crestwood that was brought up by the members of the public. We went out to the site 12 times between January and April, mostly responding to unsafe construction fencing. A lot of times when that occurs, what happens is there may be a difference of time windows in terms of what's happening on site. So you need to have your site secured when there's nobody on site, when there's someone there supervising it, which generally during the day there is, and activity happening, sometimes those gates are open. So between photographs and testimonials from neighboring residents, we take those complaints and move forward and action them and make sure the site is buttoned up as per usual.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. I have a million questions, so I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to use the residential infill working group as the roadmap for my first round, many rounds of questions. So there's agreement around your recommendation about length of the buildings and lot depth, so we'll move on. Can you tell me why we would, I heard from Ms. Solez and the residential infill working group around the minimum of 30% soft landscaping, moving it from the one area to the other. Why shouldn't we do that? I'm hearing why they feel we need to, which is that they're not seeing the weight of it. Why are we not maybe considering that?
So this is a regulation, a general landscaping regulation that applies to multiple zones. It's a regulation that applies regardless of it being located in the RS zone specifically. It is a requirement that is implemented at the development permit stage. There's been lots of discussions with development planners and applicants to make sure that the plot plans and drawings reflect the 30% soft landscaping calculation and information. So I don't think it's necessary to incorporate it.
Do we have data to show that we're consistently hitting that 30%? I guess because what I'm hearing is potentially a suggestion that we're not. Do we have data to prove that we are?
So during the presentation, we mentioned the types of variances, the landscaping. I think it was under 2% that was occurring. So that would be data in terms that we are hitting those soft landscaping standards as well as tree planting. In addition, there isn't a worry from administration that either the applicants or we in our development permit review would miss this. This is in the same general regulation section that is height and grade in terms of how we measure height and grade. Yeah. Nobody's missing that section in terms of how that gets implemented through the development review process, and it's shown that we don't miss this either.
Would we have data about what makes up that 2%? I mean, are we talking about a tiny percentage in those 2%? Or are we talking about something more significant?
It's usually a change in deciduous versus coniferous trees.
Okay, so not necessarily about the 30%, but rather what kind of trees we're doing. That would be bigger. Oh, I'm out of time. I'll come back and finish. Thank you.
Mayor Sohi and Councillor Wright, can you chair? Mayor Sohi, you have the floor.
All right, so thank you so much for the report. I'm going to go directly into questions. What would it take to reduce the number of side entrances from 4 to 2 permit block?
Mr. Mayor, it would a motion from council to amend attachment 6 to reflect that change from 4 to 2 for interior side yards.
And that would also include increasing the street-facing entrance from 1 to 2?
So Councillor, by limiting the side entrances, you automatically force entrances to come off the front and the back. We wouldn't need further regulation or direction to make that happen.
Got it. And we'll still allow 8 units?
With that amendment, yep.
Up to, right? Yeah. And what is administration's thought? And this is not, I'm just thinking about it. Haven't figured out whether I want to do it or not. What is the drawback? Like, how much are we going to lose the kind of momentum that we're seeing on some of the development permits if we were to limit up to 6 units mid-block?
So, Mr. Mayor, that's a complex question. There's many factors that go into that. What we do know is that the 8-unit that was come forward with the new zoning bylaw is delivering those housing units. What we would expect if you go down to 6 is a slowdown, but not a stopping of it by any means. It would take the air out a little bit. But once the markets realize how to work within it, we expect the uptake to happen as well.
Because the reason I'm asking is there's so much misinformation about 8 units. And my worry is that sometimes misinformation can be weaponized to create further issues. Maybe I'll come back for my second round. That's kind of a logical reasoning. Okay, I'm stop.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Clerk, I'm having trouble reading the screen with the glare. Could we close the sky dome? I apologize. All right. Okay, fine. I challenge the chair. The chair is defeated. The next speaker, I believe, is Councillor Rice.
Yes, so first is a procedural question, and then right now the motion is received as information. If I have amendment and for the attachment 6, should I put it right now or how that will be later?
What I was hoping we could do, go through all the questions of administration first, then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back for a round of amendments.
Okay, then I'm going to focus on my questions here. First, I really appreciate the reports and administration provided today. And even though it's not of a technical factor, actually it's a technical change and for the regulation. But I think the technical factors is very clear there. So my question is one is about entrance, the side entrance in the side yard. We heard lots of concern today. And so my question is, right now the maximum side entrance is 4. If we reduce to 2, I know Mayor Sohi asked us a question as well. We build 8 unions, and then we have side entrance for 2, or we build like 4 unions, we have 0 side entrance. So can I get some like technical answer on that piece? And because that's related to my motion, and then I want to reduce that side entrance, but I do want to based on unions number there first.
So right now we do not regulate the number of entrances on the side yard. What administration is proposing in attachment 6 and then debated to be debated in on June 30th is to reduce it to limit it to 4. So that, and it's any type of entrance.
Any type of entrance. So not only about say like multi-union or anything like that.
Yeah, and so then that we're hoping would force some entrances to the front and the back, but the reduction to 2 would further force those entrances to the front and the back.
I may need to come back because my time is out. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright, go for it.
Thank you. Would that force entrances up onto like a second or third story?
Yeah, it would any entrance that faces the interior lot. So, clerks, if we could go to side 44, please.
I mean, because there are some styles like carriage homes in that where they're like, would that be more intrusive to a person's or to the existing neighbor's privacy, I guess?
So the entrance requirement would apply regardless of its location on the ground floor or if, say, they had steps going up. But reducing it to to 2 would potentially result in shared entrances where, say, a common landing, you go through a door into a common landing, and then an entrance into the main unit, and then potentially an entrance into the secondary suite.
Okay, okay, that's how they would manage that. Because I was just thinking that is kind of hard to do 2, 2, and 2, but I see you've got some lovely pictures there that illustrate that. I'm still concerned with the one gentleman, I think it was Mr. Swanson, who talked about the student housing isn't the city's problem. It's the post-secondary's problems. They would still have to comply with these same standards, right? Unless they were building on their own property?
Yeah, so the AJ, or alternative jurisdiction zone, applies to the university lands. If they were to purchase, if they were to develop in the RS zone, they have to comply to those zones, to the regulations of that zone.
Oh, okay, so even if, okay. It's still the city's concern. Okay, thanks, that's all I've got for right now.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Well, I wanted to, side entranceway seem to be a topic and an important one. I'm just trying to understand how the different moves may solve things. So I've heard that we could potentially have some common entrances, but would that actually decrease the movement?
Yes and no. Like, like if it's a common entrance for two, like a secondary suite and the principal dwelling, then you're not reducing the number of people going by. You're reducing the perception of activity.
Yeah, but again, if we assume so many ins and outs per household, that doesn't change. If you have 4 entrances versus 2, it just puts them in 2 rather than 4.
Yes, that's one way of looking at it.
And I wonder too, just if we're saying 2. It could be 2 on each side, so 2 in the front, 2 in the back, but then that sort of necessitates 2 on both sides.
Yeah, so as discussed earlier, like the attachment 6, it's a package, right? So once we start fiddling with one, we fiddle with them all. But but definitely if you're restricting the number of entrances on an interior side yard, you're going to force those entrances to be somewhere else. And so then you're going to impact the side yards. If you're putting them on either side, then those side yards are going to be impacted in terms of how large they are.
Yeah. And then just wondering, there was an interesting point raised. How do we consider side entrances for properties that are adjacent to like an alleyway or a walkway?
So the regulation would apply along the interior side lot line. If you have a mid-block site that has where it's adjacent to an alley on the side lot line and on the back lane, it would apply along that interior side lot line.
So you wouldn't be able to have more than 2 or 4 side entrances facing a lane? That's correct. Great.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. Just coming back to sort of construction site safety and some of the concerns that we heard today, is CAP, is that in play now, or is it in the process of being?
So right now, CAP, which is a construction accountability program, is being worked on to bring forward. There's some intricacies between what we are allowed to do with the Safety Codes Act in terms of limiting people's ability to gain or grant building permits. So we're just working through some issues in terms of that.
Okay, and sorry, what would be the timeline on that? Is that coming back to council for a decision, or is it just going to be rolling out
once
as
it's
soon
ready, it will
okay.
be rolled out.
Okay, and just for my understanding, the construction accountability program again there's some ability in there to stop or to prevent problematic builders from sort of continuing to have issues arise. I think there's even some parameters around that they can't reincorporate under a different business. Is that right?
So there's ways in terms of how we can track that in terms of carrot versus stick, in terms of making them be good builders at the end of the game. There's different tools that we're looking at using, whether it's through the business license bylaw as well, or through process changes that have access to some of those faster permitting times. Maybe we slow that up, mandatory education before permit approvals, et cetera.
Okay, that's helpful. And then I'll sneak one more in. I think the importance of making decisions based on data and evidence and having clear metrics that we're tracking it came through quite strong today, and I agree that's really important. On the affordability front, what is our primary, I guess, metric? How are we integrating that into the conversation today?
We're looking at.
I didn't even leave enough time for you. I apologize. I'll come back. That's on me.
Councillor Cartmel.
Yeah, thank you. Forgive me, if we have interior entrances, how does that affect the number of bins required for waste removal? Does it?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. So 8 is 8, whether they're interior or just exterior.
Correct. The entrances are only looking to minimize that activity on the side.
Right, okay. Okay, site coverage, RS is 45% site coverage, RSF is 55% site coverage. So there's this disparity between the two sort of RS zones intentionally. And I wonder about how many rezonings we get because of that lower site coverage ratio in the RS zones.
The RSF zone is a predominantly developing area zone, so we don't see it in the redeveloping spots.
No, I know that, but I'm wondering if there's this, we want to have the same site coverage.
So the equivalent to that in the redeveloping would be the RSM zone, which we see at public hearing. We've had a number of applications there.
And that's my question. Like, are we getting them because we have this inequity on site coverage between RS and RSF?
In general, the RSM, because it has that higher site coverage, people are looking to employ that site coverage, whether it's additional units or for garages, et cetera.
So if we were to change the RS zoning site coverage to a 40% site coverage for a primary building and allow an additional 15% of site coverage for an amenity building if it's a garage, what are your thoughts on that? My thinking is that you get additional site coverage on a redeveloping area, but we're incenting a bit more parking on site without actually prescribing it.
I think that train of thought holds in terms of what would happen. However, there are impacts. What we've heard today was the impact of redevelopment, where you're moving from a smaller building or a 1950s, 60s, 70s house to a bigger building. So allowing more site coverage would increase that impact.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to save a lot of my questions. I'm aware there's some amendments coming, so I'll save those specific questions. So mine are going to focus on things that I've had with community. Similar to a concern that Councillor Cartmel had, I've seen it on a different side. I've had a few residents tell me that they've gone to, repave their driveway, and they're told they can't do it because of the zoning bylaw. How do we fix that?
So in terms of, I don't know the specifics around it, but we do have that non-permeable surface requirement or permeable surface requirement. So the repaving of driveways that enlarge it or add extra non-permeable surfaces, that is where they are probably hooked up or tripped up on, which is an intent. It's not a bug of the system. We want to maintain the permeable surface on each lot.
But if a bungalow, like these are bungalows, they're like 1950s bungalows that have a driveway, front access driveway, and they're not in great condition and they wanted to repave it and they can't. You said that's not a bug in the system where we're making it so that owners can't repave their driveways?
So repaving is different than adding onto.
No, I'm talking about repaving. They were told that they cannot fix their driveway.
That may have to do with if they have alley access. And
they do have alley access.
Right. If there's an alley next to them and they have front drive right now the bylaw states that if you have an alley, you have to take access from the alley, so that repaving would constitute a redevelopment.
Okay, how do we fix that?
We would need a motion to evaluate that, as it has a couple of knock-on effects in terms of what we're trying to achieve with ensuring our alleys are used and the streetscape is maintained in terms of the historical pattern.
Okay, thanks. I'm out of time for this round.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rutherford. We're just waiting to refresh the list, and Councillor Knack is next.
Thank you. So just on the last piece on that 30% soft landscaping, maybe my question is, can we just get like a memo sent to us about the 2% variances? Because maybe we can provide that to community and that answers a lot of questions.
Sorry, was this in relation to the 12 variances for soft landscaping out of 281? So this was for row housing development permits with up to 4 principal units, and the majority of these applications were associated with a direct control zone in Keswick neighborhood.
And I think the other question was, it wasn't just the row housing, the recommendation applied to the suggestion is the recommendation should apply to the entire RS zone, including single family and things like that. So that's what you're saying. We have a total of 12 even with all of that.
That's correct.
Okay, that's helpful context. So probably not a necessary piece. If there's some information from those community groups that varies from what we've just shared, we can talk about that, but I don't know if we need to move that. Okay, that's helpful. I want to go to their setback regulations recommendations. They were looking to revise the setback to do the minimum rear setback on an interior site of 10 meters, except where an alley exists. The rear setback shall be 35% of lot depth. What I'm curious about is that the initial recommendation we've put in of going to 25 meters or 50% lot depth, does that essentially not capture that recommendation? And if not, tell me more. I'm not an expert, so I need help on that.
No, that's all right. So the maximum building length, the proposed change that we're looking at, the 50% or 25 meters, whichever is less, will actually result in a larger distance from the building to the rear lot line than the 35% rear setback that was noted in the
So we're getting better than what they were recommending in that bullet.
Yeah,
right?
so based on... Okay.
That's all you need to say. That's fantastic. That's good. If that's the answer, that's the answer. Everyone else is talking about side access, and I'm out of time, so I'll wait for the next round.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Mayor Sohi, go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry, I got disconnected for a bit here. So can administration tell me, is something coming forward soon that would require landscaping deposits for all units?
Mr. Mayor, we are currently working on a small-scale landscape security process that will be implemented upon council approval in 2026. Currently, all low, mid, and high-rise.
That's subject to council approval?
Yeah, we're bringing a bylaw change because it'll be a landscape security process that we need to add in, that a security will be collected. And that's in addition to what we already currently have, which is a security process for all other development within the city.
So currently we don't require for single family duplexes, fourplexes, right?
Single family up to row housing.
Up to row housing we don't, right? So what would take if we were to consider that as part of the bylaw hearing in June?
We couldn't bring those and start up the process in time. That's being worked on right now. That was a previous motion by committee to bring that forward, and we're bringing that forward in Q4 of 2025.
Got it. Okay. On the number of development permits issued, we talked about 16,000. Is it possible to get a breakdown? How many of those are for single family, for duplexes, fourplexes, 6 units, up to 8 units in RS? Is there possible to get the breakdown by when we come to the public hearing in June?
Yes, we also have the breakdown here today.
I know you have you have a graph, I want more kind of numbers, right? So it's easy for me to communicate, because when I looked at it, I'm getting out of time. I'll come back for next round.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I think Councillor Rice, you were next, I think.
Yes, thank you. So just to follow up my first question in terms of side entrance, then I know, and then in the attachment 6 is talk about all type of buildings. So is that possible, or is there any way we could under that 4.10 like sub section say, and for the middle block, and for the multi-unions and for the site side entrance we could be reduced to the 0, something like that.
So it is proposed for interior sites, so it has to have a shared lot line. So yes, the amendment can reduce it to 2, where the lot lines are shared.
Yeah, I understand that from all type of buildings that we want to provide that flexibility for every type of buildings. But I'm talking about straight drastic concern we heard today, and middle block multi-unions, because that get into the labor's properties. Can we just reduce that site entrance and give that specific section there? I don't know if it's a section or something else, and then the proper term.
Currently, it's being proposed to reduce to 4, or a maximum of 4. We can put, and council can put any number they want, 0, 1, 2, 3,
But I
4.
do not want 0 for all type. I just want 0 for only that type, like a middle
For
block.
row housing?
Yeah, for middle block and multi-unions. Doesn't matter, the row housing or the 4 unions or 8 unions for that piece.
Yes, so we can limit it, that regulation to certain housing types, whether that's row housing
So
or
we
multi-unit.
can add the piece under there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's my question. I don't think I have enough time for my next question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. If I can jump on the board for my 2 now. I want to talk architecture. So 15% glazing on the front, great. What else does admin think, like, what else are you doing around architectural features? I saw the 40% suggestion from Residential Infill Working Group. Wanted to get some clarity around that.
So the design facade regulations would include the 15% of the facade area for windows, but it would also require a main entrance door to actually face the front and include a covered entrance feature. And this is in addition to the minimum 2 design techniques to minimize the perception of massing, improve visual interest, and reduce large blank walls. That can include features such as difference or combination of exterior finishing materials, projection recession in terms of like bump outs or recessed portions of the building, and other features like variation in roof lines.
So what about, for lack of a better term, texture? Like, is there required other pieces here?
So that would be covered through a combination of exterior finishing materials.
Okay, and you're saying a requirement of 2?
A minimum of 2 design techniques. So say, for example, a combination of exterior finishing materials and then potentially a projection of portion of the building.
Okay. All right, and do we have a definition already in the glossary of what the architectural component is?
No, we don't.
Okay. Yeah, I have I have a subsequent motion about that where I'd like to see analysis of what RIWG suggested. But regardless of that, in the meantime, if we go to public hearing now and it's passed, will there be changes to the architecture standards as is now?
Just in terms of the 15% for windows, and then making it clear in terms of what is facing the front street looks like the front of a house, and not the side. So that's where the glazing comes in and the architectural features. We don't want to we try not to get too much into the architectural features because it borders on that line of prescription.
Right, and you have wording for that. Okay, great. Next on committee is, are we on, clerk, should I be going to NAC or should I be going through the others first? Okay, Councillor Stevenson then.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate the comment around having sort of clear walkways on side yards. Are there limitations for stairs extending into the setback?
So currently steps can project into a setback if they are under 1 meter in height. They currently are required to be 0.6 meters from the side lot line. Our proposed change would require 1.1 meters when the steps are actually facing the side lot line to provide that space for, a pathway and as well the drainage swale.
Okay, great. So I think that's what I was understanding the outcome that was desired from the Residential Infill Working Group in terms of the 1-step limit, was just ensuring that clear path, but it sounds like you found a way to do that.
So our proposed change would only address the steps that actually face the side lot line, whereas I think what I was hearing was that you could have steps that form part of the pathway. So potentially you had like a raised landing where you have to step up and then you have to step down.
Yeah. And so that would still be allowed under the proposed changes?
As long as you're maintaining that 1.9 minimum
So you would
for
still
that
have
clear.
you would still have the space to go around those steps.
Yeah, you have to have a clear pathway.
Yeah. Okay. That's really helpful. Maybe just toggling back to some broader themes, higher level. When we're looking at metrics in terms of the success, again, I think unit numbers is a really important one. Over time, we're also looking at population growth in neighborhoods. I'm assuming we are looking at affordability. Also, vacancy rates potentially, are those sort of all indicators that we're tracking at a higher level as a city?
Yeah, so if clerks could pull up slide 43, please. So in the fall, CMHC housing supply report, you'll see here for 2024, it kind of reflects what we discussed in our presentation in terms of single detached and the apartments being the bulk of what's meeting that need and that growth. But the report also mentions that we have a significant pace the highest pace since 2015, and that supply is not keeping up with demand. And so therefore, the pullout from that is that there is a market. The market is also driving where that demand should go. And for vacancies, we're at 3.1 for purpose-built rental, 2.1 for condo apartment. So their supply isn't keeping up. You're out of time.
I'm so sorry, but thank you.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, sorry, I was just turning on a light in my office. I want to go, again, I'm focusing on stuff outside of the RS zone because I know we're going to debate it a lot with the amendments. Signage in the park zone. Is there a way to add variances for community league signs or the like that make it easier for community leagues to just have a sign on a park space? How do we do it in a way that doesn't, remove the signage from, because I understand the intuition of having it on in that zone broadly, but I do think there needs to be some sort of way to add that like discretionary use or variance.
Councillor, is this in relation to digital signs for community leagues? Because right now, signage is a permitted use within the PS and the PSN zone. There's been a few inquiries around community leagues not being able to get digital signs.
Yeah, that's correct. So I don't want to make it like a blanket amendment to that zone, but I do wonder if there can be some sort of discretion, right? Because I think there's a very big difference between a park space in Prince Charles near a playground and our River Valley or Coronation Park where there's, dark skies.
Yeah, so generally the PS zone is the education, recreation, and community needs. So those are the larger sites that are on the edges, and so we're allowing digital signs there. The PSN zone is more the interior sites, and so the use of digital signs is limited. But if it is council's direction, we can look at that through a future omnibus.
Or just a report, maybe generating the subsequent.
If that's council's wish.
Okay, thank you. I'll think about it.
Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So just hearing that housing supply isn't keeping up with demand in response to Councillor Stevenson's question, I guess when it comes to really measuring that affordability and communicating that affordability, how are we sharing that with Edmontonians? Because we heard it in today's conversation, there's still questions around that relationship between adding supply and then the affordability benefits that come with that.
So we have a few ways. Obviously, there's our growth monitoring report, which isn't widely advertised in terms of what's occurring there, except for the circles that know about it. There's some larger campaigns around how we grow and why we grow right now in terms of what communities may be seeing. But there isn't a concerted effort by the city to share vacancy rates or whatnot, but we leave that to typically realtor associations that have monthly, weekly, and quarterly updates.
Right, but that information is available, public. Okay, thank you for that. And again, just think that those metrics are so important to help inform these conversations. I think it was mentioned much earlier in the day that 10% of overall units added were 8plexes. I just want to give administration a chance to, is that correct?
Where the site is large enough to accommodate 8 units, roughly 50% of the development permit applications applied for 8 units. So, the takeaway from that is that there is a diversity of housing that's being sought through the development permits, but also people aren't always seeking that maximum build out.
Right. Okay, that's clarifying. Thank you. Wanted to ask about, I guess, the tie-in between the work that's in front of us today, particularly around the landscaping requirements, and some of the work that's being done through the Climate Resilient Planning and Development Framework. I think one or a few of the actions in that framework were related to landscaping.
Yes, Action 4, and we'll be bringing back a report to Urban Planning Committee in Q3 of next year.
Awesome, thanks.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Wright, and I'll look for everyone on the board. Are we still in the questions? Are we still good with going through questions? Okay, Councillor Wright.
Okay, so when we're talking about those 8plexes, you said where the site was large enough. So there are some sites that would not allow an 8plex, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So then that's why that number is perhaps so low down at the 10%, because not all sites can allow an 8plex.
Right, not all sites have the size to accommodate 8 units.
Okay. And then just going back to Councillor Rutherford's question on the digital signs. You knew I was going to ask, no. Part of the concerns or part of the problems, I guess, with putting those digital signs in is the access to the electricity to run the signs. Is that right?
Yeah, we don't know that, but
Okay.
what I didn't mention when Councillor Rutherford was asking the question, and I apologize, is that we do have a motion to look at digital signage, and we're looking to it's probably going to come back in Q1 next year, and so we would be looking at any kind of changes through that.
Okay, perfect. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wright. Who is next? Thank you, Eastscribe. Councillor Knack.
Let's go back to the side yard access. Pretend that I don't know what I'm talking about, which is not a stretch for some people. Under the changes you're proposing, how much space, how much space will we have on a walkway? That's what I'm just trying to get a sense under the changes. What's the width?
So our minimum pathway width requirement is 0.9 meters, about 3 feet.
Okay. That has been, so essentially under our current rules, we have been eating into that right now, correct? So that is why there's an issue.
That's right.
So this would get us back to fixing that like we've had in the past. Generally, that's what we've strived for.
Yeah, we've been seeing, yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. No, thank you. This is helpful. Okay, I heard Councillor Jans ask about the design regulations, so I'm not going to ask about that. Landscaping, we've done that. Okay, I want to ask, so if these changes are made, because I've still got other questions from some other issues, I'm not going to pick on the Crestwood example, but we all know the Crestwood example. With these changes, does that prevent or limit the ability to do that style of lot subdivision where you're creating 2 8s, or does it create some additional barriers, I guess is the word?
Yeah, so the short answer is yes, it creates some limitations.
Okay.
If clerks wouldn't mind bringing out slides 41 and 42.
I love it. You got a slide for me. Fantastic.
We did some analysis that demonstrated the typical length. So the Crestwood is unique in terms of
pie lot,
and all that. But I just want to demonstrate that we looked at the typical building lengths in 2024 for the RS zone, for mid-block row housing. And so you'll see here that it ranges anywhere from 20 to 24, but the bulk of it is in that 23 range. And so by making the limitation of what we proposed of 50% and the other up to a maximum, we've hit that.
We essentially create
we've
that.
shifted that impact.
I like that, hearing that. Okay, I'm going to have many more rounds, don't worry.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Mayor Sohi.
So can you speak to the kind of commercial vibrancy we have experienced because of these changes over the past year?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, could you repeat the question?
So what kind of commercial development vibrancy opportunities we have seen in mature neighborhoods over the last year because of these changes?
Mr. Mayor, I think over a one-year change is too short to evaluate what kind of changes we are seeing in the neighborhoods. Investment takes some time in terms of runway building or constructing it, or I guess first of all coming up with the idea that more commercial vibrancy is needed in the neighborhood. But in general, what we're seeing overall is that more population leads to more commercial demand, which is more commercial vibrancy.
Mr. Mayor, one thing I'll just add is we have seen an uptake in home-based businesses, which can be a pipeline for bricks and mortar businesses in our city.
Absolutely. Local living, local communities, local amenities, local access to services. Would you be able to give me the percentage of the total units approved and how much of that percentage would be, say, 8 unit sites in the mature neighborhoods? I just want to understand the radical change that so far I'm hearing from communities that is happening in mature neighborhoods. I don't need it now. You may not have it. If you have it, it's good. If you could provide that later on.
If clerks could pull up slide 38, please. So I don't think this is exactly the numbers that you're looking for, but we do have a breakdown in terms of redeveloping and developing areas. And so this reinforces kind of some of the messaging that we had in terms of the multi-unit housing and the row housing, as well as secondary suites, like that variety of housing and redeveloping areas.
But the row housing would include 4plexes, 6plexes.
Right.
So I need a breakdown for 8 units, if you don't mind, if you get that.
Yeah, so half. So where there is space available for 8 units, half of the development permits have gone to 8 units.
About 9%. Okay, I'm out of time.
Thank you. It's my turn. I just want to ask about landscaping again. So the idea about moving the 30% up in the chain around regulations, etc. I wanted to ask about doing that and the impacts. Just concerned about it getting missed during the review process and the developments of drawing sets.
So in terms of being missed, it doesn't get missed. It's part of the development review process. A permit doesn't get approved unless it has the requirements set out in the zoning bylaw, and that includes the 30% of soft landscaping.
So why is there the perception it's like an afterthought then?
I'm not sure, other than the fact that it's in a different space in the bylaw. But again, that space in the bylaw contains very critical regulations to any development that both development officers and any applicant will review because of the criticality of it.
And could you remind me why, can we now implement, if this passes public hearing, a landscaping deposit?
We are in the process of building a landscape security deposit for the small scale residential zone. For anything with single, semis, and row housing.
And when would that come into effect?
That'll come into effect if council approves it. That'll come before you late this year, and the intent is to have it in line for 2026 construction.
So not now, but it will come in that we can look at that, approve that, and then the securities will, that'll be in place. That's
Correct.
What I'm looking for, confirmation. So in my mind, that's the critical part here. Like if you're not getting your deposit back until you do your landscaping, that is is there a stronger instrument we have to enact compliance than that?
No.
Okay. So what would be the impact of reordering just to include the landscaping piece in the table as suggested?
Functionally zero impact. It would have impact in terms of how the zoning bylaw reads, like a very technical impact in terms of where and how you look for regulations. The reason why we put all the general regulations in one area is because those regulations apply to multiple zones. So if we start pulling that out and putting them in each individual zone, we're going to have to start amending all different parts of the zoning bylaw instead of just the one part, which leads to error prone.
Okay, appreciate that. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I did hear some pretty serious concerns just around, again, safety codes. I think I heard, again, there's that auditing that's happening on an annual basis.
So our permit, essentially our permit to practice, our authority of having jurisdiction over the Alberta safety codes within the Edmonton region is renewed yearly, and it is audited for compliance and accreditation every 3 years.
Perfect. Councillor Stevenson, I just want to note that we take this really seriously. There are obligations as well of the builders to hire qualified professionals, follow the permit conditions, etc. The City of Edmonton is doing the compliance and auditing of that work, and so just mindful of the roles and responsibilities through ensuring safety, and I want it clear that we want to maintain the building code within the city, and we are committed to adhering to those regulations.
I appreciate that. I believe that we also made a recent budgetary shift where development compliance will now be funded through development fees, which provides scope to ensure that that's fully resourced.
So portions of it, that is correct. The ones related to the compliance activities in terms of zoning bylaw activities or safety codes, there's still the larger ecosystem, which includes community safety standards, which is tax levy funded.
Thank you. And then I heard a concern that no fines were being levied. Is it true that administration is not able to disclose fines to neighboring properties?
That is correct.
So even if a fine has been issued, city staff aren't able to disclose that?
That is correct. The fine is between the city and the offender.
Okay, and do we have any stats at a high level about what those fines are? How many fines have been given out?
Not on hand.
Not on hand. Okay, thank you. No, thanks.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you again. I just wanted to dive a little bit into the RS zone. I was actually surprised when I've been door knocking in two particular neighborhoods, Prince Charles and Inglewood, that they were really shocked with some of the development they're seeing when they were predominantly zoned RF3 prior to the zoning bylaw that we have today. But I come to understand that the MNO is what really affected that. And so I'm just trying to get a sense of, with the RS zone and no MNO, what suppression would have existed if the MNO still existed, or like from a height and a setback perspective?
So in the RF3, if the site was 600 meters, you could build 9 units, but I'm just going to ask Catherine to talk about the MNO itself.
I'm more thinking that the thing that I hear a lot about is the height. And I remember that I was like, oh, the RF3 height isn't that big of a difference to what we're proposing in RS. But then somebody mentioned that because of the MNO, it was actually less for those neighborhoods.
In the mature neighborhood overlay, the maximum height was 8.9 meters. So in comparison to the 10.5 in the RS zone, that's a change in about 1.6 meters.
But the RS zone was what outside of the MNO?
The RS zone applies
to the RF3.
The MNO could apply to RF3 lots, and the RS is slightly larger, like the RS geography is slightly larger than what the MNO applied to.
No, I'm just trying to get a sense of what, I'm trying to remind myself, what was the RF3 outside of the MNO? What was the height?
I don't have that on
It was in the range of 10 meters, Councillor.
It was 10 meters.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Sohi. No, wait, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. Just coming back to conversation around safety codes, and I guess with the additional growth that we're experiencing and sort of the pace of development, does administration foresee a need to have a conversation around resourcing to ensure that, we have what we need to keep up with that pace?
So resource management is an ongoing issue in terms of, not necessarily issue, sorry, is an ongoing item in terms of what we look at if we have enough to carry out our compliance programs. So that's flexing up and down as we go. And as mentioned, with the funding source changing to the Planning Development Reserve, there's a little bit more flexibility in terms of how we bring that on.
Great, and if things do get to a point where there is a need to have that conversation, administration can bring that forward to council?
Correct, and just a reminder, there's been new positions approved by council in the last year to bring that consolidated compliance review team together.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, when it comes to the side entrances, front-facing entrances, I apologize if I missed this. I know there's a number of it's kind of like a staggered orientation. I know it was back on the slide. If there's a staggered sort of front-facing entrances, are those front-facing or are those considered side?
They're still side. So slide 44, please.
So the staggered configuration, the third one in, those ones that are set further back, those would be considered side entrances.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Because I guess maybe just ask a question around that. If the intention really is to, improve some of that street-facing activation and engagement with the front of the site through the articulation of that building on the staggered orientation, isn't it? Is it already doing that, I guess? And yeah.
So, Councillor, I think what's shown here and what you've picked up on here is that to try to regulate every single condition is virtually impossible, and this is one of the trade-offs to such a proposal of regulation that catches a large majority of the product that we see currently.
Right. Okay, I can't see my time, but I assume I'm out. So I'm going to stop there. Oh my gosh.
Saved by the bell. Councillor Knack.
Thank you. I just want to come back to the enforcement piece. How many more enforcement staff do we have either now or by the end of this year compared to the start of this year, though?
I think council approved 2 additional positions, and the bigger fundamental shift was shifting that funding source, which we can then, as mentioned, flex up and down, but we have not looked to increase those teams.
What's our current contingent? Because I do worry about your current resources for enforcement.
So again, it's a larger ecosystem around safety codes compliance, development compliance, and community safety standards. I don't have that off a hand, but I do remember it was in a larger report that we can pull around the entirety of the enforcement compliance activities of the city.
Okay, because I think we need to look at that again, but that's maybe a later conversation. But I don't want to leave it too far off because I think we're short what we need. Do we have folks from EPCOR still? Sorry, I think we do, right?
Susan Ansel and Craig Bonneville were online. We'll just check.
Yes, we're still here.
Thank you. Thanks for hanging out all night. Maybe I'll check with you. We do still hear a lot of folks raise that concern about is there capacity. I think something I heard during the zoning bylaw renewal discussion originally is that because the population is substantially lower than it was and our fixtures are much more efficient today than they were in the 1970s, generally speaking, we have a lot of capacity still citywide. But you also developed a separate plan that you are working through to address where capacity is an issue right now. Is that correct?
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Craig.
Okay, I was just going to say, on the water side, because piping is generally driven by fire flows with our declining consumption, we generally have plenty of capacity to meet increased densification. And on the sanitary side, again, because of, water consumption and overbuilding in the past, along with the SERP strategy reduction of inflow and water into the system, again, we generally have capacity to meet this densification.
I might come back to finish that up after. Thank you.
Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand that graph 5 that you were referring to earlier on, if I understand that correctly. So number of row housing dwellings approved were all close to 17% of the total in redeveloping areas. Am I understanding correctly that half of that is 8 and more units on site?
Yeah, so if clerks could pull up slide 11. So this shows where 242 permits issued for sites large enough for 8 or more units, that 50% of those in the RS zone, so that's generally redeveloping areas, was for 8 or more dwellings.
Yeah, and that is the 221, close to in that half of 242. Those are sites, right? So each site would have up to 80 units, half or like say 121 of those
Yes.
sites would have.
Yes, that's
So
correct.
that's close to 1,000 total units.
Yeah, 8 times 121.
Yeah, in
Yes.
that range. So I just want to understand the context, the context of overall. So that's about 9% of the total dwelling units being approved in mature neighborhoods. Okay, that is it for me for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'm just going to stand at ease for a moment. We're just sorting out some tech here. I believe next up should be Councillor Rice, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're just resetting the thing and then we'll. So just a reminder, we're going to have a recess at 9, and then I'll read out before we go to recess what I have in terms of a list of amendments or proposed changes, and we'll confirm with the clerk the process for all this. Then we'll take a break. We'll reset all the systems. The computers will take us to dawn, and then we keep going. Good to go? Okay, Councillor Rice, you have the floor.
Okay, so my question to the parking piece. So we heard many comments today and regarding the parking and for the development, multi-units development. So I also heard and then averagely and we have like 4 parking spot and on site. So is there any way and we could address that parking requirements? I know we do not have like minimum parking requirements and in our policy site. So is there any way we address the parking concerns and brought up by many speakers today?
So Councillor, you're correct. On average, we see about 4 parking stalls for these 8-unit row houses. Also correct that we don't regulate parking through open option parking. Businesses, developments, and homeowners can decide how much parking they want in terms of who and how they want to attract their people to it. So in order to address parking, we would have to reintroduce parking minimums across the zones.
So that is the only way we can reintroduce that?
It's currently not in the bylaw.
Okay, so is there any way we can start and look into it and find the option of how we address this? And because this concern and come over and over, and every public speaking, every public hearing, and when we talk about rezoning application, and so is there any opportunity and or any plan or any option we can look at right now?
It's not an immediate thing. It's a big body of work to reintroduce parking into the bylaw. So we would require council direction to look at a piece, and we could look at RS to start.
So what type of direction you need? And is there any motion?
Motion.
Motion. And can I ask some wording for this motion?
Yep.
Okay. So that's my question for the parking.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Next is Councillor Stevenson, I guess. Yeah, Stevenson.
Thank you. Maybe just turning back to our friends from EPCOR, also concerns about the rainwater, the requirement for eaves to be directly connected to the sewer system. Just wondering what work is happening with EPCOR in terms of on-site retention for these properties.
Oh, sure. Hello, Councillor Stevenson, Susan Ansell here. So we have a couple of different programs underway. We have our Rainwise initiative where we're looking to disconnect downspouts in the combined sewer area and get those redirected into rain gardens and various storage devices to reduce peak flows. We continue to encourage the use of devices to reduce peak flows into the storm system.
Great, and I believe there may also be some longer term strategic work that is looking at site permeability and sort of that on-site water management to help determine rates as well.
That ties into our broader stormwater strategy work that we have underway. We do work closely with the city and their climate team and looking at the LID standards that we have in place. What are different ways to encourage more of it on private property as well as on public lands?
Great.
So there's a number of techniques underway.
Great, thank you. That's really helpful. Just to administration, do we have the total number of properties within the redeveloping area? Just to get a sense of what percentage have redeveloped?
Councillor, there's in the RS zone, so that's not the total in the redeveloping, there's about 150,000 lots within that zone. However, I would caution in using that number. Different neighborhoods are feeling the redevelopment pace at different times. It's not a uniform development trend across the redeveloping areas, and nor is that localized impact felt across the entire RS.
No, very fair. And do we have a breakdown by neighborhood in terms of, you know, which ones are developing fastest?
We have a breakdown of where, in terms of the range of the number of development permits per neighborhood, and I believe that is in one of the slides.
Sorry. Yeah, it's slide 8, I believe.
Sorry, I think I have to call time there. Councillor Rutherford. Oh, Principe. Yeah, Councillor Principe, are you with us?
Hi, thank you, Chair Jans. Yes, I am. I do have a quick question. Mr. Pollock, you had just mentioned to Councillor Rice about the parking restrictions that have been, parking requirements that's no longer in the bylaw. And I understand the reasoning behind it is so that, you know, demand will demand, I guess, if it's necessary or needed. So my question is, why then do we have it for bike parking? Shouldn't that follow that same theory?
So, Councillor, there is a strategic objective of a modal shift as directed by city plan to achieve more trips through biking, walking, and transit use. So through regulation of requiring bike spaces and bike parking in development, we are encouraging that type of transportation mode.
Okay, yeah, thank you for saying that. And another question I have, I've heard speakers that are in favor of keeping the bylaw, making no amendments to it, saying that, you know, the previous bylaw, there were allowed 6 individual units, and now it's only 8. So if we're using that theory, then wouldn't it just be why were they not building 6 then? When it was, why was that not an option? Why did we not see a lot of development like that?
Councillor, the big change through the RS zone was the type of building form. You could do 6 units if you split your lot. You did a narrow home with a basement suite and a garage suite. With the new RS zoning, you can combine that and that unit count into a row house form or a multi-form, which allows efficiencies and gains in terms of getting that unit count built.
Right, so that's apples and oranges. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just quick rapid fire questions. The RS zone allows up to 8 units, but we have 75 square meters minimum per unit, right? So some lots can't have up to 8 units as a right now.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Lodging houses, we under the RS zone, that's the highest. That's the residential zone. We see the highest uptake of that, correct?
We don't have, in terms of the RS zone, like in the, in the density for lodging. So that's where we provide
so
the
lodging, lodging houses allow up to 16 people, 8 units with 2 beds per unit. So 16 individual renters in the RS zone, correct?
Correct.
Now that, and then the RS zone has the biggest uptick. I'm asking, do you know the context of, is RS zone where we're seeing the most lodging houses being developed or utilized?
We don't know because it's also allowed in the RSF and it's also allowed in the RSM.
RSF and RSM?
Yes.
Why did we decide 16 and what other municipalities have as their standard for lodging houses? Like 16 or 8 units or what? 8 units, 16 people.
I don't have that jurisdictional review in front of me, Councillor. I'm sorry.
Okay. I might have a subsequent to that. I will yield the rest of my time. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Knack.
Thank you. There we go. Sorry, just to our folks from EPCOR one last time here, you talked about we generally have capacity. I think I just want to expand on the generally, that probably means there are a few select areas that capacity is a little bit more of a concern, but you have a plan of action in those areas, whether it be through neighborhood renewal, through other dedicated work, and as part of the permit review process to sort of go through and make sure that is being addressed in those select areas, correct?
Yeah, I think proactively we try and make those investments in line with the city plan nodes and corridors, which is a helpful guidance for us to be able to plan for those. Where we most commonly see upgrades in water infrastructure is largely to deal with fire flow requirements. But that said, that's only a small handful of this work that requires that type of upgrade.
That information, you don't have a public site yet where folks can access that. I know it's been talked about publicly, but I know I raised this in a separate meeting, but is that something you're working on so that folks can see it and understand it?
Sorry, the broader plan, Councillor?
Yeah, just the broader plan to sort of your game plan of how you're addressing these types of issues.
Yeah, so we have periodically gone to utility committee to share our integrated resource plan, and we're kind of regularly updating those. So we recently presented the wastewater one, and I think in 2020 we presented the water one, and we'll continue to provide updates on those going forward.
Just want to confirm back to city administration, there's no motion required on garbage bins. You are now working through that with city ops. We don't need to make a motion that says go allow communal garbage bins. That is happening.
That's happening. Thank you.
I still got a few more.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Okay. One issue remaining. If we were to revisit from 8 units to 6 units, the net loss probably would have been about, if we were only allowing 6 units instead of 8, the net loss would have been about 200 units.
If we were to reverse that in terms of what we saw for 2024, that's correct, about 200 units.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, I want to hop on the board as well too, but Councillor Salvador, you go first. No, go ahead. I'm not ready yet.
Okay. Yeah, just on the question around parking as well, recognizing that, you know, there's parking minimum conversation, but I'm just thinking of other tools in our toolkit around managing our curbside space. Wondering where that work is at, and how that is being considered alongside our zoning bylaw review.
So the curbside street review was sent back for some additional work. That's ongoing right now. Again, that looks at pressure points across the city, so around train stations, mass transit, high event areas. I wouldn't necessarily look at some of the mature neighborhoods that aren't around those. It is an option in the future, obviously, and it's that discussion of how we use that public good in terms of street space.
Right. Okay. And recognizing that it's sort of centered around areas that are seeing that increased demand and increased pressure. If things get to the point in certain communities where that pressure and demand is there, is that I guess a potential place to have that conversation?
It's a tool for sure.
Okay. That's helpful. I guess maybe one additional question. I mean, we focused a lot on the RS zone today, but is there anything else the administration would like to highlight sort of outside of that? I think there was one question around changes we've seen on the commercial side and small home-based businesses. Anything else that you might want to highlight?
I think the permitted permits and the jump that we have seen, I think it's 79 to 93%, is a real indication of the streamlining of the process, and I think that's a true win for the zoning bylaw.
Thank you.
If I can take my time here, what's that? Oh, Councillor Paquette, welcome. You have the floor for 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for the very long day. So I was just wondering, like, here we are at the near the tail end. If you could just like very quickly sum up what you feel are the big changes and the impacts of these changes that we're potentially seeing here.
Yeah, so focusing on the design of the building is allowing us to address those impacts. So whether that's the wall length, whether that's the activity or the perceived activity in the side yards, and the front, the way that the building interacts with the frontage. I think those are really like the issues that we're hearing about, and our attempt to address those. So those three things being the wall length, the side yards, and the design of the front.
Yeah. Okay. And you know, this comes out of what we heard, but then we heard more things today. So do you feel like we've sort of encapsulated the main themes, or are there a couple that you think that we've heard that makes sense to maybe explore a little bit?
Councillor, it's been a heavy day, I would say, in terms of what we heard, the impact that this is having on existing residents, and what we hear from not only previously and today is that number of units is an issue for community, as well as the overall building size and impact, which I think Shauna addressed in terms of what our proposed amendments will be. And then there is a conversation of infill acceptance across the city in terms of how we achieve that and make sure we achieve our goals moving forward as well.
Yeah, that scans with my community conversations as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I want to hop on for a sec. What would be the impact of a single stair equivalency for the RS zone?
Like a single access,
like
a point access block? So in terms of building forms, it would only be related to the multi-unit housing. We wouldn't see it in row housing or any of that. By nature, the single stair is only one stair in, one stair out that accesses all the units. And the impact being that you maybe gain extra space in each unit because you don't have 2 egresses to plan for.
Okay. Also want to talk about unit vacancy. Do we have any, my timer's not running. Do we have any info on unit vacancy sort of, I see a lot of, even the 8 units rented out and some of them have 3 bedrooms. Do we have any stats on the worry about, are we building these and they're sitting empty?
Yeah, well, in terms of vacancy, we have the CHMC stats, which is 3.1 for purpose-built rental, which may be closest to the row housing. But just to address the 3 bedrooms or more, we took a sample of 85 permits, and 78 of those provided 3 or more bedrooms.
Sorry, one more time. What was that?
And we took a sample of 85 row housing permits, and 78 of them provided 3 or more bedrooms.
Wow, really?
We also wanted to make sure that through the difference of our wall length that we were proposing, that we weren't making big impacts to the number of bedrooms. And so we did an analysis again of some row housing, and where there are lengths of 22.5, we're still seeing 3 bedrooms. So our wall length change that we're proposing, we are hoping will not impact the number of bedrooms.
Because I think that's one of my timers still not running. Clerk, if I can. I don't mind. I've got invincibility mode now. Yeah, like I guess, because that's my concern. Like I hear the concern Councillor Carmel raised about site coverage and trying to incent garages. I hear the other amendments proposed with the RIWG, and I hear the amendments proposed by admin. I am now confused whether we are.
So the infill working group, I think we're generally in line with in terms of the length of the building. If we could quickly go to slide 27. This slide shows the impact. Again, I showed that slide for a slide for Councillor Knack, but slide 27 kind of shows you the difference in terms of what we're proposing and the impact that will have. So our average building length that we're seeing right now is 25.3. We push that to 22.5. We're making a difference of 2.8 meters. So we've done the analysis as much as we can. Yes, it is confusing, but I think we're generally on the same page for the infill working group in terms of wall length.
Because where I think we're at, what appears to me is like, unless you have a mammoth lot with these changes, you're not going to be able to do an honest 8 unit on a mid-block lot. If you're on a mid-block lot, right now, it's a coin toss. But with these, it's even going to be more likely. Like the reality is, if you're doing a mid-block, it's going to be a 6 or a 5 or a 4 or a. Am I wrong? Am I misreading this?
No, but you're out of time.
Oh, whose side are you on? Yeah, okay. Challenge the chair. Yeah. Oh wait, dang. Oh, yeah, it's me. Shoot. Okay. Councillor Rice. Oh, right, thank you. So it's 8:45. We're going to take a recess here. We'll come back. I suggest we conclude questions. Just before we go on recess, if you're interested, I could share the list of what I think amendments we have. Would that be helpful to the group? In high level. So, okay, so we're going to come back. We're going to questions, and then we're going to go to amendments. And just very high level, there's one I have about the public hearing date. That's an amendment to attachment number 6. There's one about the side doors that Mayor Sohi has. That's an amendment to attachment 6. There's an architecture subsequent motion that I have. There's the units mid-block that Councillor Rice has on behalf of herself. And then there's and Councillor Principe. Then there's one around rebuildable rights. That's a subsequent from Councillor Carmel. There's one around site coverage, the percentages from Councillor Carmel. There's one around unit counts from Councillor Principe. And there's one on parking from Councillor Principe. And Councillor Rice, right, okay. Now, so on each of these, if they're not a committee member, I've offered to sponsor. Councillor Rice is sponsoring a couple for Councillor Principe. That's what I think I have. So that's for time management. That's what I think we're looking at. We're probably looking at about 8 amendments that may or may not be long debates. So if you have anything else over the break, come find me and we'll figure out the list. But I need to talk to the clerk to make sure I'm on the right side of the law. So we'll take a recess right now. Thank you.
Okay. And to Chair Jans, just to let you know, I did have some subsequents, but I'm going to hold off on those. I think they can
Rice. Mayor Sohi, are you with us online? Mayor Sohi? Okay, might be back in a minute. Also,
No, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
okay, excellent.
I'm
Mayor
here.
Sohi is here. Councillors Stevenson, Salvador, and Cartmel are also here with us. Are there any other councillors joining online?
Good evening. I'm online.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Good evening. I'm online.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Excellent. Okay.
Councilor Prince Pay is here as well.
Oh, excellent. Thanks, Councillor Principe. So, we were still going through speakers. Had you just had your turn? Yeah, okay, Councillor Rice's turn. Yeah.
Okay. I'm waiting for get my 2 minutes here. So we talk about the reduced unions and from 8 to 6, and I heard administration answered is about the 200 unions will be reduced. So then my question is, from housing market perspective, do we have the data to demonstrate the occupancy rate? And then I know we are building for the future, and those is for the to prepare and for the future growth, population growth. And based on what we have on the market for our city's housing supply, do we have that occupancy rate?
I think overall our rental rate, our rental vacancy rate is in the 3 to 4% in terms of the overall vacancy rate, which is, you know, getting pretty slim there. But again, I think I would turn to the subject of the day in terms of the RS zone and how it's impacting or not impacting or achieving our goals in terms of those larger housing goals.
So why am I asking this question? And this is really, like, for example, we are planning for 1.25 million, and we are planning for 1.5 million population increase. And then I just looking at it for the unions we put here, and also look at the permit number, and then in 2024, and then what is pace and we are capture and for all the supplies, housing supply, and for that.
So, Councillor,
sorry,
there's the
structure here. I was distracted here. Yeah, go ahead.
So we have, just in terms of row housing, so we have the numbers that were approved in 2024, but just to let you know, like, we've approved already 160 in 2025, and we have about another 160 that are in the queue. So in terms of demand, those are indicators that there is a demand, and there's a demand for this housing form.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack.
Thank you. Earlier today, we heard from Mr. Collier about the difference between an apartment versus a row housing with 4 and 4, and I know Councillor Stevenson started asking a little bit of that. I don't know if I heard a clear answer about, are these two treated differently? They were mentioned that we heard report, and can you tell me more about that?
So under the building code, a row house is treated as a residential development. A multi-unit, which is essentially an apartment, is treated as a commercial development. Okay. So there's 2 different sections of the building codes that apply to each. So it is true that they are different. However, they are both equally safe. The residential part of the building code requires fire separation between the units, the side-by-side units, where when you're talking about multis, we're talking that true up, down, and to the side. So you require fire separation between the top unit, the bottom unit, the side unit, et cetera, any of those configurations.
So it's the same safety, looking at our engineers in the room. I also see nodding heads, just because they're built differently, but the safety component's all the same for everyone.
Correct.
Okay, that's great news. Notifications for permitted, right now we updated the rules to change notifications for demolitions to the neighboring yards, right? Neighboring properties?
Correct.
We don't have any notification requirements still, though. If somebody's doing a permitted use under a single family, duplex, multi-unit, there's no notification requirements to the neighbor, to the 2 abutting and maybe across the alley right now, correct?
Correct.
maybe that probably doesn't need to be, was that in the old zoning bylaw, the notification requirement, or is that a separate thing we did? I'm trying to figure out, do I need to make an amendment if I want that, or is that can I have a later
The
conversation?
notification requirement in the old one was in the bylaw, but it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
The demolition permit notification is not. That's an administrative standard and practice. We could
So if I
follow
want to
that
do
same-
that, I could do a motion subsequent to the June 30th public hearing about that specific piece.
Correct.
I will do that at the appropriate time. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Mayor Sohi.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair. I am ready to move my amendment. No questions.
Okay, Councillor Paquette.
I believe I was on before when I was just giving you a little bit of an update.
Okay, do you have anything further?
No, I think it's pretty clear.
Okay, all right. Was that another round, Councillor Knack? Okay, go for it.
Thank you. So I think I'm nearing the end. So I want to do one final check-in. So not to oversimplify it, but we've gone through, I think now the entire list of the residential infill working group. The site and building regulation pieces are either they're already supportive, or we're addressing and the variances around the 30% we've talked about today. We can, if there's more information needed, we can talk about it with that group. The setback regulations, there will either be motions around the side doors, which we will debate in the very near future, and the piece around the rear setback is addressed through the original change. That's correct. The design regulations, I believe Councillor Jans will be having motions around that, so that will be covered at that piece. And then the final piece that was on their recommendations under landscaping regulations was the landscape security deposit, which will be addressed come 2026 by the next council. Was there anything that you read through in that list that we didn't cover today? Because it sounds like to me, I think we've checked the boxes to
Yes,
varying degrees.
Yeah, just going through the list, I believe that you've listed them all and we've addressed them, or we've talked about them.
Okay, and there will be an opportunity, you're going to bring things forward June 30th. If for some reason there's some gaps in information, we can tackle that. Okay. I actually think I'm done. You should just take advantage of this. Pretend I'm done. I think I've asked. Yeah, let's call it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette?
Nope, I didn't ring in.
Okay, all right. So I heard Mayor Sohi say he's ready for amendments. I'm ready for amendments. I'd ask others to move on as well, to signify on the board as well too. The first one I'm going to put forward is an amendment to attachment 6, a change to attachments. Actually, it is a change to attachment 6. Is that correct, clerk? Yes. Yep. And
They're
it
not
is
amending anything.
And it is about the effective date. This is when changes are made, I want them to be effective at the public hearing. And the language I have is that administration amend addendum attachment 6 by deleting, quote, for attachments that are complete for review under section 7.130.2.1.2 on or after July 14, 2025 in sections 2.10.4 and 2.10.5, and also deleting sections Do I have the right wording?
Yes, you're referencing July, which is what we proposed, but you want it to be June, and so you want July to be deleted.
I want it to delete it, and it's so when it passes public hearing, that is the law.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, so and then this would return to the June 30th City Council public hearing. I think the reason we're not saying a specific date, I think we're saying public hearing because if the public hearing was.
Yeah, so we're deleting, sorry, clerks, I'm looking at the draft motion document, and it's 1B, so we're deleting for applications which are complete for under review, and it's referencing section 130.2.1.2 on or after July 14 in sections 210. And okay, and then C, deleting sections 210.7 and 210.8 in their entirety.
I just reshared it in the chat, what I have with the clerk. For my colleagues, by way of introduction, I think it's fairly self-explanatory. It's the idea that if we think something is good enough to be amended now in the public hearing, such as going from 5% glazing to 15% glazing, that should be effective immediately. We shouldn't be waiting any longer or approving anything any longer that does not meet our expectations. And I don't want to sign off on something after a public hearing in a 14-day window that we regret for the next 75 years as it finds a home in our community. So I think it's fairly self-explanatory, but I'm happy to yield to questions. Administration is just, I think, sorting out the logistic of it. Are we good to go?
Just give us a sec. So
Okay.
when you say something that's different, we just got to triple check. So just to be crystal clear, part 1 is to change attachment 6. Part 2 is that administration prepare amendments to the zoning bylaw based on that revision.
Yes, I say yes.
Thank you.
Okay, clear as mud. Okay, so I'll look to maybe, does anybody on the board have questions? Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I just, the amendments as they were proposed by city staff seemed like a bit of a departure from our current practice. My understanding is that it was usually the regulations that were in place at the time of a permit being issued rather than being applied for.
So what we were proposing was a balance between the time constraints of hitting a June 30th deadline, as well as the active applications in the system right now. So we were proposing a 2-stream system that after and if the changes were approved by council, if you had applied before that, you got the old rules. If you applied after, you got the new rules. So it addressed some of our operational concerns of potentially having a large pileup of applications beforehand. So what I will say is, with a change to this and having an effective date of whenever council approves the deadline or approves those amendments, I just want to be clear that we will not be expediting applications to try to get them through to that deadline.
Yeah.
So whenever that decision's made it will be whatever regulations were in place at the time.
Yeah, and so what, do we have a ballpark sense of how many files that impacts?
We have about 150 to 160 applications. We don't know in terms of how much and how large the impacts are. What we see is that there's probably at least 50% need to be revised, but some of that is not necessarily caught up in all of them, so they could be minor changes in there.
And then, yeah, it's really tricky because I think, because again, if this was moving forward at a different way, it wouldn't be unusual to, let's say, have this committee meeting today and then the amendments come back in August, which means that there's still all of that time for people to apply under the old rules, right? Like I feel.
So yeah, typically we look to maintain a predictability of the regulatory system. Understanding some of the pressures on this, like I think the effective date of June 30th works as well in terms of operationally. Okay. If council to approve it, obviously there's impact on the applications, but discussing with some of the builders out there, that ranges from maybe a $5,000 to a $10,000 change. So not insignificant, but also not hugely expensive in terms of what they may occur.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thanks. My question was along that same line of just, like, I know that we sometimes do effective immediately and then sometimes we do stagger. So I think about when we passed the zoning bylaw, it was in October of 2023, but it didn't come into force. And I know that was a bigger body until January 1st. Is there any consequences of doing this like a mid-construction season change effective immediately?
I think most of the approvals that we'll be seeing from now onwards would not hit the construction season this year. Obviously, that construction season changes in terms of how you want to operate your site. But that main body of work of getting approvals for this construction season was already completed in previous months.
Okay, okay, that's good clarity. Okay, thank you.
So I believe Councillor Rice and Mayor Sohi were on the board previously about the amendments, but not about this amendment. You don't have questions, so seeing no further questions or comments, I would ask, Councillor Principe.
Hi, thank you. Chair Jans, I just wanted to ask about, or Madam Clerk, number 2, that administration prepare amendments, that's for the revised attachment 6. Is that if part 1 passes?
Yeah, absolutely. So these can't be split for voting purposes. That's a great question, because if 1 was to fail and 2 was to pass, I wouldn't know what to change. So it's just staggered. We're in a bit of a unique situation where we just want to be really clear that committee is giving clear direction to admin. Admin acknowledges that they can do the work. If that passes, assuming they're knitted together, then administration will prepare amendments to the bylaw for all of council's consideration on June 30th. So we're just going to do this step by step.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
I apologize. I just wanted to clarify. It was something really important. Is there anyone else that has questions? I will just, I'm just going to give me 30 seconds. I know this is painful.
It's all okay. Everyone is comfortable, so don't worry about that.
Oh, so applications that have been submitted under the old rules, there is also the potential that they could be considered with variances as well. Is that another route? So it would become Class B, but again, they could potentially not need to redesign if they wanted to go with a Class B.
They could, however, if this were to move forward and council were to approve amendments, that is strong indication that we shouldn't be tinkering with variances in terms of what we want to see. So we would look to not do that on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, and again, I just wanted to understand the implications. So, and I think there's also just an issue around legally non-conforming as well. So if we increase the number of units that are being permitted under the current rules, and those rules change, do we increase the instances of legally non-conforming potentially?
It's a potential. That's a potential with any zoning change. When we're amending the zoning bylaw, we could create any sort of non-conformities out there. But again, they're legal non-conforming. They have a right to exist. They have a right to redevelop, et cetera.
Yeah, but again, creates complications for owners down the road if they want to make changes potentially.
Just in terms of scale, I would say the mass rezoning to RS to begin with is far outweighs anything we're doing here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for patience as well.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Hearing no further questions, I have nothing to say in close. I will call the vote. I'm in favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next amendment I had was Mayor Sohi. You had one about an amendment to attachment 6.
Yes, I will read that in the record, and the clerk should have a copy as well. That attachment 6 of the June 3rd, 2025 Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 02698 be revised as follows. A, delete subsection 4.1 in table 4.1 and they're replaced with the following. And update the diagram for subsection 4110 accordingly. B, delete for application, which are complete for review under section 7, 1302112 on or after July 14, 2025 in sections 210.14 and 210.5. C, deleting section 210.7 and 210.8 in their entirety. And part 2, that administration prepare amendments to zoning bylaw 20001 as outlined revised attachment 6 of the June 3rd, 2025 Urban Planning and Economy Report, UEP 02698, and return to the June 30th, 2025 City Council public hearing.
Mayor Sohi, I apologize for the interruption. I'm just wanting to just make sure that administration and you have the same information. I'll just check with our colleagues behind us before we start debate, if that's okay, Chair.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, I think we need to trim up the motion just in terms of the effect. The effect is limiting the entrances to 2. There might have been a copy paste error in terms of what you read out. So on your motion, you see 1A, B, and C, and 2. What's only applicable is 1A and 2.
Yeah, whatever is the correct one, if you could put up there, please.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we're just going to give clerks 2 seconds and I will put the updated motion in the chat. Thank you.
Mayor Sohi, do you want to speak to what your vision is? What's the point of your amendment?
Yeah, I know it's a very technical language that we have to use in order to make sure that amendments we're proposing are compliant and fit into the right areas of the zoning bylaw. Right? The intent is that if you look at the presentation from administration, slide number 18, it shows the proposed 4 doors on each side and 1 door in the front and 1 door in the back for 8-unit dwellings. What my intent is that reduce those 4 side access points to 2 on each side and increase to 2 on the front and the back. That way, it's more fitting into the community, into the neighborhood, and onto the street, and make it more appealing and deal with some of the community concerns that I had heard when I went along with into the communities to hear some of their concerns.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'm just looking to admit if we have the wording sorted out now.
Yeah, and thank you for the indulgence to restate it as it's on the screen.
Would you like him to restate it on the screen?
It has been restated and it is now on the screen.
And we are pleased. We are pleased. And admin we all are on the same page. Okay. Mayor Sohi, please confirm that is what you want on the screen.
Absolutely.
Okay. We all got the same understanding. Are there any questions on this amendment? Councillor Rice has a question. Yeah, it's okay. Just start talking. They'll restart it.
Okay, thank you. I know the Instagram does not like we are over 9 o'clock. So I have been working with the city administration for the same motion as well. And then based on what I heard and also based on what the speakers brought up today for their concerns in terms of side entrance. So I do have the question. I have the same motion as Mayor Sohi has, and for reduce the side entrance from 4 to 2. That 2 is for all type of buildings. So my question to administration is, because we did heard very clearly today and from speakers talk about the mid-block multi-unions. And then if we have side entrance and will impact the labors. So specifically if this multi-unions development is in the mid-block. So my question to administration, is there any way and we could add the one sentence or to emphasize that piece? I would like to say that side entrance to be 0 and for mid-block multi-unions development only.
So, Councillor, we could, it would complicate the regulation and how it's written, and it might have to be a subsequent, but just in terms of the intent of the motion and what it tries to achieve, side doors are often used as main doors in single detached housing. You have that activity out there, so you have people coming and going on that side. The 1 to 2 is a incremental increase. So I would say the motion as proposed achieves the objective of reducing that activity on the side lot yard.
Yeah, but that's still not addresses concerns and we heard today. And then because it's maximum 2, that means you could be 2, you could be 0. But if we specific and for that one piece, mid-block and multi-unions and for 0, and we could address that concerns we heard today.
So,
my time is out. Yeah.
Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have questions.
Please.
So admin didn't recommend reducing the side entrances, but rather proposed increasing the setback to 1.9 meters. Correct?
No, Councillor, we currently do not regulate side entrances at all. We were proposing that we regulate them to a maximum of 4, in addition to changes to the side yard.
Okay. So maximum 4 was what was proposed, and then the increase of the side yard to 1.9 meters to the setback, so that there's actual walkable sidewalk.
Yes, where an entrance was provided on the side yard, that the side yard is 1.9.
Mm-hmm. So I guess when I go back and I look at, I'm looking at this report and the summary on the city plan and what the original goals of the city plan were, I'm really worried, we're 1 year in and we're making these kind of amendments on the fly rather than, I liked administration's approach of, further work, analysis, reports, so that we're doing these things in a thoughtful way. With this amendment on the floor, I have no sightline of what are the consequences of going from 2 to 4. So what is the consequence of that? Or will that be available at the public hearing?
It'll be available at the public hearing. In short, you'll probably see more of a 4-pack configuration. So 2 units facing the front and 2 units facing the back, instead of the 4 in a row scenario where you see on the corner lots.
Yeah, but I think one of the biggest things our zoning bylaw was trying to do is to create flexibility. So we have a box, but then how that box is colored is up to the various market demand, for example. Correct?
Yes, Councillor, you're correct. That was the intent.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Yes, thank you. I remembered what I was going to ask. So, one of the other councillors asked this, I think, during the original Q&A, but I forgot. So, if we're talking about a side yard that abuts a path that runs between 2 homes, remind me, does that count as a interior?
This would apply when you have a site abutting another site from that lot line that's adjacent to the site.
So if you've got because some communities have a trail that runs in between them, if you're facing the trail, not a home, you could still do the 4 because we sort of want that activation under this motion.
The requirement would apply in those cases because it's technically an interior side lot line.
So so the way it's written means you couldn't actually have your doors facing a pathway that runs in the middle of a community.
That's correct.
Okay. then I don't like how it's written, I think.
So Counselor, just
yeah.
on that, and where we are today and what's trying to be accomplished, there is a diminishing returns to perfection. And I think if the goal is to look to how to activate these side paths or appeal a lot or a park or a stormwater management facility, we can look at that and bring future amendments through omnibus. These instances are very rare, so I don't think we're losing the opportunity while we're trying to.
So in the short term, maybe not a huge deal if we go with this and try to sort out how we make it. Okay, that's actually a very valid point on that. Okay. And if we weren't to change this and we would leave forward again, remind me that essentially we would only still under your recommendation have to have one door facing the front.
That's, sorry, that's correct.
With some of the other changes you've proposed, windows, okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Salvador.
So right now, builders and developers have the option of doing the 4-pack as you described. That option is still available to them, correct? There's nothing prohibiting that or?
Correct, and I think what we heard was the copy paste of that corner lot into the interior that was causing some of the significant concerns.
Right. Well, I guess I'm just thinking about like buildability, viability of the change that's in front of us. So I guess why have we been seeing the current orientation? Do we have any line of sight to that? Why they're not necessarily doing the 4-pack and they're doing it the linear?
I think there's existing experience on the linear because the corner lots were the first ones to go. And I think that's why we're seeing those placed interior.
Does administration foresee any issues around buildability or viability?
I think with the regulations that we proposed, which was the 4 doors, there was a balance there. With the 2, it definitely forces a different type of building, which is you're probably going to see more of that 4-pack, which is the entrances to the front and the back. But we're also hearing that as a major concern, or would be a design consideration that would be seen as positive by the community.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Hearing no further questions, would the mover like to close?
No, we have enough. We have long way to go yet.
Sorry, Councilor Knack, do you have another question?
No, I was going to.
You want to? Okay, sorry. There's just to confirm, there's no further questions. Correct. And admin, we have the right wording. We are clear on what we're voting on.
Yes.
Okay. Would anybody like to speak to this? Councilor Knack.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I do want to speak to it. Just, I think this is actually an important change, and I don't know if the committee was swayed on this or already pretty convinced, but I think we do need a little bit more activation to the front. I've heard that pretty clearly. I'd heard some conversation about do you go to 0, do you go to anything? I will say having represented areas that have 1970s or 60s duplexes, 4 units with side entrances, 2 side entrances on either side is actually very common in a lot of homes. I'm sure we all represent neighborhoods where that type of context exists. So I don't think you need to say 0, but I do think that the recommendation, I appreciate him and doing great work trying to find the right balance. I think this one is one we need to go a little bit further than what admin recommended, so that's why I'm supportive. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Anybody else to speak? Tim, Ashley? No? Okay. Mayor Sohi to close.
Look forward to more conversation on June 30th.
Thank you. Please call the question.
Just waiting for one more vote.
Yes.
Thanks, we have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next one I have up, I did have a subsequent from me that I'm going to hold until the end because it's a subsequent. But the next amendment to attachment 6 was about units mid-block from Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, do you want to take it from here?
Yeah, thank you Thank you very much. And then, so I'm going to combine my own motion and with Councillor Principe's motion, and then to read as follows. So administration could let me know if this wording and is exactly the wording and you would like. I'm open to make any changes. So that I move that administration prepare amendments to zoning bylaw 2001 to delete section 2.10.32 of the small scale residential zone and replace with 3.2 residential and 3.2.1 the maximum number of dwellings on the interim site is 4. So that means change from 8 to 4. Then 3.2.2, the maximum number of the dwellings on the corner side is 6. That means from 8 to 6. And 3.2.3, the maximum number of the lodging housing sleeping units is 4 per site. And 3.2.4, a backyard house must comply with section 6.10 to delete section 2.20.3.2 of the small scale flexi residential zone and replace with the following. So I'm going to read the following. This is for this small scale flexi residential zone. 3.2 residential and 3.2.1, the maximum number of lodging housing sleeping units is number 4 and pay per site. And 3.2.2, backyard housing must comply with section 6.10. So that is the wording I have, and from Councillor Principe, I'm reading this on behalf of her, and also embedded my motion into it.
Yes, and just, I can't read the bottom, but just making sure that it says in return to the June 30th.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
We're good.
Okay. So thank you, Councillor Rice, for removing that. Just confirming with administration, we're all on the same page, and the correct one is up on the screen.
Yes, sir.
All good. And so, Councillor Rice, you want to introduce?
So it's very quick, and it's just based on what we heard, the concerns and from speakers, and I believe, and the Councillor Principe also heard from the people she represents, and I heard from people I represent, and then we put this motion on the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please chime in if you have questions. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to do a process question on this one here. So, if this passes, because I do want to have the ability for everyone to have a say at a public hearing on this. So if this passes now, and it comes forward to the public hearing, and then let's say hypothetically it was not to pass, what I'm trying to play out the sequence of events. I want to make sure it can be discussed, but I'm not sure how I feel about the overall motion yet. So I just want to make sure, passing this is not guarantee that this would get approved. We would still vote on it. Somebody could vote to remove that at the public hearing.
So, Councillor, what you have before you is a set of amendments that we're proposing to bring forward. So that can be discussed at public hearing on June 30th. If the discussion leads to a failure of that amendment, what's still in effect still stands. If you want to change any numbers in this motion, that will require re-advertisement if you bring that forward.
That's helpful. Okay. So I'm playing this out in my head. So approving this allows us to debate it. If somebody wanted to tweak that at the public hearing and change a number, that would require re-advertising and sending potentially everything back okay.
Correct. So what my advice would be is if you're sending something towards public hearing, that is what you want to discuss.
Okay.
If you want to change numbers or something else, then you should have that discussion
Now
here.
is the time to have any other number conversation, and then if it fails, you stick with what's currently in the bylaw. And that doesn't impact the overall So
We'll parse it out.
because I'm just trying to think, if this were to come to a public hearing, do we have to remove that then from the bylaw?
You would throw a motion out to delete that portion of the.
And would that have to be re-advertised then?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stevenson is next, because you're still.
So I want to go through that again. So if this motion passes, right, because administration isn't proposing any changes to these numbers in the proposed amendments. So all of the amendments that you're proposing are going to go forward to public hearing. If this motion also goes forward to public hearing, that will be a separate amendment. We can vote against, potentially vote against it at public hearing, and then it reverts back to, you know, where it is now.
Correct. All the amendments will come forward as one, and you'll be able to motion to debate a specific one to either, and the motion would be to delete it from the amendment package. And then you would vote on that whole amendment package as a whole.
Okay.
So I just sort of to clarify, just jump in here. I think probably if this is something that we're not certain about in terms of passing or failing or taking or moving out of the package, what we could do is do this in its own distinct bylaw. That way council has the opportunity to vote on it. If it fails, it fails, and we stay where we are in terms of current state of affairs. But if it is approved, it would proceed as is. So I think that there's a way to sort of do this in a separate bylaw package as opposed to trying to make amendments to pull it out. Because that starts to get a little bit more gray area rather than council just defeating the bylaw itself. So I think there's a way to do it and get there. I just think we would do it probably in a separate bylaw. Sorry to jump in.
Because I think what I'm mindful of is that this does impact people's existing property rights. And so, right, okay, so if it's advertised as a separate thing, anyone who wants to speak one direction or another can come out, and then the decision is made at public hearing.
Yeah, that's my recommendation in terms of sort of determining this one. If there's concern about the numbers or what have you, and council's not certain about this and wants to hear those representations as they always do at public hearing, I would do this as a bit of a separate bylaw package. That way, if council, it was their, you know, they could then vote to either approve or refuse these particular, as opposed to trying to delete and take pieces out of a broader bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rice?
I do want to check if my understanding is correct from procedural perspective. And this motion, this amendment is similar as the previous one we just passed, is a number change and in the bylaw. And then it's not final decision. And it's just to say this is, we propose amendment and then move to the June 30th for the public hearing. So that is my understanding. And this entire motion for the number 4, number 6, this is number is just for the June 30th. And if we pass this, we just provide opportunity for the public. And I think there were two results. One is, just let me know if my understanding is correct. One is if this pass, and we will do the advertising. And then we will get the June 30th and for the public hearing, and it will be decided at that moment.
Correct. So if this motion is passed today, we will advertise it as is, and then you'll have a discussion at public hearing. What we were mentioning is that at public hearing, you can't change any of these numbers without then going back to re-advertise.
But it's the same as the previous one we just passed, change the number from 4
Correct.
to 2. It's the same. We cannot change the number 2.
Change the number in the proposal that you're doing today.
Yes. Yeah. It's the same spirit. Okay, thank you. That's my question. Thank you.
Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. So just to clarify, so for the reduction down to 4, that would be less than was previously allowed, even under the old zoning bylaw.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. What's the minimum number of dwellings for MLI Select or any sort of CMHC funding?
It's 5+. 5+ multi-units.
Are there any affordability components part of any of that CMHC funding, like X number of units need to be affordable?
In order to qualify their funding, there's a number of criteria. One of them is the affordable stream. you would need a percentage of your units to meet their affordable criteria to get into the program.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. If this motion were to, so first of all, I'm not going to talk about public hearing. Is what's proposed in this amendment more regressive than what we passed? So what I'm saying is this more regressive than even before bylaw 2001?
Yes.
Thank you.
When comparing to the RF3, yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Councillor Wright.
Even with the MNO.
Pardon me. Sorry.
Yes.
Councillor Rutherford, you're still going?
Yeah. So sorry, so I said even with the MNO.
Yes, that is correct.
Because I don't even need to go into what were they before. That's it. That's all my questions right now.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Well, thank you, Councillor Jansen. Thank you for allowing my council colleagues to go ahead of me whilst I was on committee. And being on committee, so we are voting here as committee to make the recommendation to the public hearing for all councillors to vote on.
Yes, you're pushing it, you're telling administration to bring these amendments to public hearing, and all of council will debate it at public hearing.
Okay, but I think what I heard Ms. Zinkpen say, this isn't the preferred way to do it. You would prefer it be done as a separate motion or a subsequent motion?
No, this is fine as a motion. I'm, Councillor Wright, what I'm talking about is just if it passes and we bring it forward, I would bring it as sort of an independent bylaw, and that way council can vote on that bylaw and either approve or refuse it.
Okay, and so the way that it is worded, it will come as an independent bylaw within?
We have that authority to bring it as an independent bylaw. I don't think we need a motion per se to do it, but I just wanted to be clear in terms of the process so that we were all on the same page going into this.
Okay, so knowing that, to give my council colleagues the opportunity, I'm speaking to it now. Okay, that's enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And apologies for skipping you, Councillor Wright. I hope you forgive me. I'll spend the next 48 seconds apologizing. Okay. So my concern here is a bit of a couple of things. So I respect that the councillor wants to have this debate. I guess the other option is we can come to June 30th. We can pass changes to the bylaw around architectural design and glazing, but then somebody could still move a motion that at an upcoming public hearing they want to, like anybody can move at any time to adjust something, right? So somebody could move at the June 30th public hearing. They give notice of motion that at the next public hearing, they want to go to 2 units per lot or something, right? Like, this isn't a one and done forever. This is just, if we want to get certain things done in this report, they need to come to June 30th.
Correct.
So my glazing, I want my windows. And if I want my windows, this has to get from this committee to June 30th. Is that correct?
Correct.
So then anything else here around unit count, et cetera, we can still have that debate at another time, but it doesn't need to be advertised as part of this package. Like I guess why I'm torn is like I'm trying to please everybody and give everybody their day and their day to have the debate, but I'm worried about putting things into the bylaw that are, if we don't have an intention as a committee or a majority or those here today who are speaking of supporting, I worry about both false advertising, expectations, management, all of that other stuff, not to mention losing sight of some of the landscaping and these other pieces that we do want to see addressed. Is there another governance path here, or because I think what I hear from Ms. Zinkpen and others is this is what committee's for. Committee recommends something, and if committee is not going to say it with their chest, then we shouldn't support it today.
In general, what I would say, in order to get landscaping or rocks on the site, if that's how you choose, the simplest motion and clarity of that motion is key. So there's a full understanding of council, there's a full understanding of admin, there's a full understanding of the public as to what is happening. So in terms of bringing that forward with clarity, simple pointed motions would be best.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Jens, but I think Mayor Sohi is a member.
Gosh, you're
of the
right.
committee.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Sorry. Again, Mayor Sohi, I apologize.
Yeah, so does this impact federal housing accelerator funding targets?
It's hard to say. Obviously, any reduction in unit counts will lead to impacts of what can be built. This motion is quite broad. It affects the most used zone in developing areas, which is the RSF zone, which there wasn't a discussion on today in terms of either our feedback in our report or public sentiment. Yeah, I think it is a broad motion.
Okay. And how many units to build per site, and where site that site is located, lodging house, sleeping units. Like we had this discussion about a year and a half ago when we approved the changes to the zoning bylaw, right?
Correct. I think that the changes to lodging houses in this motion would mirror the limit in units. So I think there's congruency there. Obviously, the cutting in half of the max unit is probably the biggest point in which discussion is merited.
Yeah. What is different between this and the last motion passed is that last motion doesn't reduce the number of units. It just changes the design of the site where the access points are located.
Just to be clear, like there's nothing wrong with providing a motion that reduces the number.
Yeah, no, I understand, but this is the other motion did not reduce the number of units.
Correct. The other motion just looked at entrances.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Jans. I just wanted to ask about, this is something that I'd asked about in my previous round question to administration about the difference, because prior to this bylaw, to the new bylaw, it was 6 units per lot, but yet we weren't seeing that development for a certain reason, correct? Because it's a different build form. And my intention with this is to see that the new build form with 4 units might be more successful than the previous bylaw with 6 units. So I'd like administration's take on that.
It's hard to speculate at the moment here in terms of the uptake of a fourplex versus a lot split with a basement suite or a garage suite. In terms of the overall unit count, what we could say is that obviously having the units would have a significant impact in terms of the unit uptake and the building and the supply of those units.
Right. So my take is that it was something that was tried, didn't appear to be overly successful. So something new has been implemented, getting, in my opinion, a fair bit of pushback from the public. And now this, I believe, is a compromise. And so there's no opinion, you don't think, like with this different build form, that maybe this 4 units might be more successful than the previous 6 units?
Councillor, in terms of success of new units or 4 units versus 8, I guess all that we can really talk about is what we have seen in the last year. And so we have seen a number of developments that are taking up on the row housing. And I guess our stats were talking about the 8 and with the 242 development permits. And where the 8 was being taken up on half. But it is an indication that this housing form and the units available, the flexibility it offers, is desirable.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
So the amendments on the floor, and then I know I heard this is broad, but if you look at the focus, one is the RS zone, and that's a small scale residential zone. Another one, larger category is small scale flex residential zone. So I do not believe this is too broad, and this is actually related to what this 1 year review and for the bylaw, right? That's my understanding. So it's proper time and to bring those change, and if we heard and from people would like to see this change after 1 year implementation, and for the 8 unions, 8 more unions, or anything like that.
So my comment on the broadness of the motion mainly is in reflection of the RSF zone, in which there is very little to no discussion on either the reporting or in the public, because the RSF zone is mainly found in developing areas, or actually it's only found in developing areas, and it's the zone that is used most often to develop small-scale residential in the developing areas. So in terms of the broadness of the motion, I would say the inclusion of the RSF is not pointed anymore.
And Councillor, I'd just like to add that the reduction of number of units also impacts secondary suites. So if developers want to do semis with secondary suites and 2 backyard units, this limitation prevents that flexibility to happen. So it's not just to row houses, it's for other forms as well.
Okay, so then my question become, and then can we just put this to the 2 parts, and part 1 and part 2 for the voting purpose? So I don't know, Councillor Principe, and because originally this is your motion, I only have 1 piece to reduce the unions. I don't know if that is something, City Clerk, we could put the 2 parts under different zone. So I just leave there.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I know it's getting late, so I think my question wasn't really answered. I understand obviously 4 units is less than 8, and I'm trying to compare the 4 units to the previous to this bylaw passing last year, comparing the 6 units to the built form of 4 units now. That's what I'm trying to compare. I'm not trying to compare the 8 and the 4. I'm trying to get an understanding if there might be more of an uptake of 4 units than there was with the 6 units prior to the bylaw passing, the new bylaw passing.
So, Councillor, in terms of what was allowed before and what is allowed now, before we had a number of small-scale residential zones, including the RF3 zone, which allowed row housing development, and we saw a lot of row housing development on corner lots that was 8 units on the old bylaw. Because we now only have the small-scale residential zone, or the RS zone, and this motion is looking to reduce carte blanche down to 4 units, there would be a significant impact compared to what previous regulations allowed. In terms of what we would see in the future, whether or not we would see more 4-plexes versus 8-plexes, and if we would, on a whole, get more units because there would be more uptick of 4 units, is hard to tell.
Okay, what if it was changed? What if the 3.2.2 was removed?
Okay, so we're removing the cap on corner
That's
sites.
just the corner site.
Right. So what we would be talking about is interior lots to 4. Would there be, again, I think the same statement holds, is it would be hard to tell. What we can do in terms of hard numbers, it would reduce the numbers by 50%, or around 400 units of approved dwellings from last year's numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Any other questions? Hearing none. Any councillors wish to speak to the motion? Debate the motion? Mayor Sohi.
I will not support this. I think this is going backwards. We went through a very extensive engagement with the Edmontonians over the last number of years. And we had very extensive engage with Edmontonians when we approved the zoning bylaw 1.5 years ago. And if this approves, we will be reducing the density targets that we have approved. And this will set us back in tackling the issue of housing affordability, housing diversity, housing choice. This will, I would say, hold us back in the kind of mature neighborhoods and the population revitalization that we want to bring into those communities, because we have been losing population in those many mature neighborhoods. It will hurt our opportunities to create more economic corner store type of revitalization of commercial places, because it will discourage more people from moving into those areas, because not having enough housing choices discourages people in moving into those areas. And it will have many other implications, such as the revitalization of schools and other areas. We are trying to build a more sustainable city. Financially, that will hinder that option as well. So I would not be supporting this.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Chair Jans. I appreciate the intent behind this motion. I get it. I really do. It's things I've thought about as well. However, we must carefully consider its far-reaching implications. This proposal represents a significant deviation from our established housing strategy, potentially undermining our commitments under the Housing Accelerator Fund. And the HAF mandates municipalities to increase their housing supply growth rate by at least 10%, I believe, annually, exceeding a 1.1% baseline to qualify for funding. You might want to double check on me for that, but I think that's right. A substantial reduction in housing units, as suggested, could jeopardize our eligibility and risking the loss of crucial federal support, not just for what we have, but for confidence in our city in the future. Moreover, the motion could exacerbate the housing affordability crisis, particularly for younger demographics. Recent data indicates that homeownership among Canadians aged 25 to 34 has declined from 55% in 1999 to 42.2% just a couple of years ago. And it's worse now. So additionally, a significant portion of young Canadians now rely on familial assistance to enter the housing market, with 60% engaging in co-ownership arrangements with parents or other adults. These trends highlight the growing barriers to homeownership for younger generations. So as municipal leaders, we have a responsibility to foster inclusive growth and ensure that our policies do not inadvertently hinder access to affordable housing. While collaboration with higher levels of government is essential, we must also recognize our role in implementing solutions. Everyone's looking to the federal government for answers. Well, guess what? Municipalities are the answer. We're the solution. So I urge committee to reconsider this motion in light of its potential to derail our housing objectives and the broader impact on our community's future, especially the young.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, my mouse wasn't working. Councillor Nax on committee, should he go first?
I think we're just speaking to it, so it's kind of in order of the board.
Okay. I asked the question, is this more regressive than what we were trying to achieve? And the answer was yes, even with the mature neighborhood overlay. that's concerning to me. We've declared that we're in a housing emergency. We always have our eye on efficiency and effectiveness. This is going to affect that, because now what you will see if this passed is more and more rezonings coming to public hearing for the RM zone, which is actually going to create more uncertainty and more chaos in community. I can't, I would like my committee colleagues to have this die at committee. I think this is why it either needed to be a committee of the whole or committee makes the decisions. This idea that we need to bring it to public hearing, which is a very regimented and legislative process, to entertain this debate where we're considering, years and years and years of public engagement of voices that have told us that they want, what kind of city they want to live in, the city plan, our housing strategy, everything. This is a complete divergence from that. Please don't entertain this for anybody on committee. Please do not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Yeah, originally I was thinking I would be comfortable at least going to send this to debate. I recognizing we have 13 of us here, we can all sort of speak to it now and share thoughts. So far, I'm not hearing enough of a desire to want to send that through to public hearing. And so right now, where my head's at is, I do worry about all of these items combined together. So I think about the corner lot piece. That started in 2017, 2018, where we started doing corner lots of that number of units. And that was then sort of solidified in the city plan in 2020. So there were many years of engagement that led to the corner lot piece being what it is today. So that was not a quick change. And I do worry about the interior piece to that point, is that, if we were going to have a conversation, maybe it should be around a different number. But at 4, we do then lose that ability to have 2 skinny homes or duplex, as we heard, with garage suites or with garden suites and basement suites. And that's part of that gradual density that I think people also want to have. And those are important components that have been allowed for, again, 6, 7, 8 years, I think now. So this is actually a step back. These particular numbers actually step us back to about a decade ago. And I think if we weren't the city that we were today, in terms of how fast we're growing, in terms of the realities that we face, in terms of all of the various issues, maybe that'd be a different conversation. But I'd have a tough time wanting to have a conversation about what is essentially close to 10-year-old rules after having gone through a lot of work to get to this point today. So it's for that reason I would struggle to support this, even to send it to a public hearing, unless I hear overwhelmingly from a majority of our colleagues, since we're all in attendance today, to say please send this at least to a public hearing for a further debate. But I'm not hearing that so far. Thank you.
Councillor Salvador.
Not much to add. I mean, I agree with everything that's been said by my colleagues, and yeah, I would agree that this would be a very significant step backwards. So I would encourage committee members to not support this. Thanks.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I think my frustration is that, we have a public hearing once a month. If there has been a feeling that we should be dropping units or changing zones, any councillor could have moved that at any time, at any public hearing or any meeting, or given a subsequent motion or notice of motion or anything for the last 3 years. That I had a problem with the RM zone, I had a problem with the RSM zone, I got amendments, I moved it, you all voted for it. I had problems with the architecture, I got amendments, you all voted for it. This has been moving through, and so I feel like the challenge right now is where we're at. But very quickly, I just want to share you a story. I was door knocking. I spoke to a resident who lives in an 8-plex. They're a med student. They used to live in one of your wards, but they moved into my ward. They're paying twice as much rent. But why? Because they can be at the hospital for their work in a 10-minute walk. And that's what they wanted. So they said that 10-minute walk instead of a 50-minute bus ride or commute is worth it for them in more rent because it's about location efficiency and it's about time. I think what's missing in this affordability conversation is not just your rent, it's your utilities. One of my friends' single family home is paying almost more in utilities than they are in their rent through the winters. Like these old homes are sometimes very porous. There's also your transportation costs, your time costs, your proximity to groceries, everything else that's going on. So when we look at just affordability through just a lens of, well, you can get rent in Mill Woods for $800, but then up here it's $2,000, that's not apples to apples. That's totally different. And so I think we need to look at everything a lot more complex than we are right now. So that's all I have. Councillor Rice to close.
Thank you. It's a long day. So, yeah, I heard all the different perspectives, different points here, but today, and we heard very clearly and loudly, and from public speakers and 8 unions, and under small-scale residential zone, and actually those type of development really impact the established neighborhoods. And we heard over and over, and from many speakers and also many people, and during like community conversation or door knocking, talk to the people, and they would like to see that unions reduction and from 8 unions to 4 unions. I appreciate the point my colleagues brought in and then talk about the housing crisis. I asked a question about the occupancy rate. I asked a question based on our city's population growth, and then how these 8 unions and could help achieve that goal if we reduce 8 unions to 4 unions, and what impact could be. And so from what I heard this, and then I did is a very basic mathematics. I did not say that's a significant impact and for us to achieve that housing target. So that is why, and I am support and to consider to give the opportunity and for us to debate on the June 30th public hearing and change the 8 unions under RS zone and to 4 unions. So that is my intention there. I understand Councillor Principe has more tension on the other changes, and also I support those changes, but I do believe and our public, our Edmontonians deserve the opportunity to have that public hearing on June 30th. That is why I encourage my colleagues concerned and support this. And it's not about lose some opportunity, lose the numbers. It's about the people, like we heard very clearly today.
Thank you. Please call the vote.
We have all the votes. I undid it. You can still
I'm a
vote.
no.
You can vote. I recorded your vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, that does not pass. Just a quick time check. I have 10:15, and how many? I count maybe 5 or 6 more motions. Is that correct? Okay.
In spirit.
Yeah, okay, carrying on. That was the units mid-block from Councillor Rice. The next one I had was Councillor Cartmel about site coverage. I am going to make this on behalf of Councillor Cartmel, and I would like to channel his energy. Could you remind me what this is? It's.
Oh, would you like me to put it in
I
the
would love that.
chat?
Could you put it on the chat or put it on the screen, and then I'll read it in?
Is it about?
This is about site coverage, I think.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Put it in the chat quickly, so
And
that in case it is not correct, we can welcome feedback in real time.
So my understanding is that it would be administration prepare amendments to the zoning bylaw to delete section 210 and 417 and replace with the following maximum site coverage for all principal and accessory buildings excluding garages would be 40%, and then it would add newest section, maximum site coverage garages for 15%, and then it would renumber and trickle down accordingly through the system. So, Councillor Carmel, do you want to at least speak to it? Do you want to hop on?
Sure. At the pleasure of committee. I guess there's two parts to this. One is the I'm going to get all these mixed up. Is the redeveloping neighborhoods versus the new neighborhoods, and where it's 55% in the new places and 45% in the old places, and there's potentially, because of that inequity, we're seeing some of these rezonings. So I was thinking about just that 45% to 55% increase, but I think that there's a bit of a nuance that can be offered here, that if the primary dwelling is 40%, frankly, that's a smaller building because of the site coverage. That combined with the number of doors, the side yards, that kind of a thing, leads to a different kind of built form. Plus Councillor Jans's architectural stuff. I think we get things that match the neighborhood better. And then there's a bit of a bonusing that you can get more site coverage and perhaps another couple of units, but if you build a garage. And so the garage begins to speak to the parking concerns that we've heard raised, and this provides a bit of an incentive to get the parking on site and reduce the impacts of parking on the street. It's imperfect. In some of the brief conversations I had during the break, these proportions might not be quite right. There's some communities that would have to think about whether they support this in terms of the trade-off. Frankly, is it worth a little bit more site coverage, albeit split between two buildings, which provides a break in the big wall and provides a little sunlight into the backyard, but gives the parking as a trade-off? Should it be 40 and 10? There's that kind of conversation that can happen here. So I think that's all I've got. Thank you.
May I, given that we're committees loose with our roles here, because I agree, I'm curious about it. I want to know more. Is there a way that could this either, like, does this have to come to June 30th? Could it be a subsequent on June 30th to analyze and come forward to a next public hearing? Or like, because I'm confused, if we do some of the modeling that we're already passing today and then this, I'm just not sure about the implications of it. But I too am curious about some sort of a garage modifier.
Yeah, I honestly don't know how to answer that. I don't know how pardon me, I think I understand what you're saying. If we're stacking too much nuance, if nuance on nuance, like we run the bit of a risk of getting a place we don't want to get. The flip side of that is that we have consistently heard about the parking thing. And so if the ultimate outcome is that, well, okay, not putting a limit on it, but we are sort of ipso facto saying you can get 6 units right off the bat, you can get another 2, but only if you add some parking to the mix. That's kind of where I'm going.
Could we maybe withdraw this here at committee and then do a subsequent motion about a parking modifier on the June 30th? Would that? Well,
The issue with that is that it doesn't return very quickly. Because we're out of public hearing. I appreciate your comments earlier about there's public hearings to be had, but if you look at the calendar, they're all 12-hour public hearings and they go beyond the end of the term. So,
yeah,
I mean, in theory, sure, but in practice, I'm not sure we actually get back to having that conversation before the new year.
And where I'm struggling of like, what am I actually voting for, and what would be the implications here? Like, if I vote for this today, and then the shrink on the unit and then the bonus in the back actually, could create some really unintended.
Well, I think we're voting for the discussion, and that we've got 3 weeks to do a bit of an analysis and, do some sketching. And if it looks like a really bad thing, then it just doesn't pass on the 30th, or at least doesn't pass in that form, and some nuance could be brought, or it could be referred back. Like, there's options to refer it back if it doesn't quite make sense, that kind of a thing.
Okay, good points. Let me think about it. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, I think, so I'm going to ask in Min sort of a variation of those questions, because I like the idea to have a discussion. You've made recommendations about changing length of the wall and things like that. What I'm worried about is, do we create is there a compatibility issue with what you've put forward, what's supposed to come, and how this works? I'm just trying to figure out, can they coexist?
They can, but we haven't looked at the conflicts that it could create.
Okay.
we would like to do an analysis on this idea, as well as because of the increased site coverage, what we heard today during the feedback, is that is generally an issue because people are maxing out the site coverage. So there'd be additional public feedback that would come into that play. We wouldn't
100%.
seek it if we're trying to get to June 30th, but just putting that on the table
Okay.
of.
But what I am hearing, and this maybe answers Councillor Jan's question, is that these two could, like what you've recommended can coexist with this motion to at least allow us to discuss it at the public hearing. That these aren't essentially contradictory. Your recommendations that you've made are not contradicting this motion, I don't believe, then, is what I'm hearing.
No, they're not inherently contradicting each other.
There's trade-offs, there's a lot of other things, I'm hearing that, but I think I'm hearing that we could at least have that discussion, and if it's a terrible idea because for a variety of reasons, we can vote that down and all of your other things still are allowed to happen.
Correct, but yeah, I would just, again, caution, the more things we add onto it for discussion
Three
purposes.
weeks is not a lot of time. There's unintended consequences. Folks might not love it in every neighborhood. I've heard that from Councillor Cartmel, but I've heard that we could have that conversation as convoluted as that could potentially be. Okay, I think I'm good then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
And what was the maximum site coverage before ZBR?
The maximum site coverage in the RF3 zone was 45%.
Okay, and right now we're at, sorry? We're
45
So
in the RS.
there was no change.
There was, because the majority was RF1 lots, which was 40%, and that was split between the principal and accessory building.
Okay, so,
So it represents a functional increase of 15% on average.
okay. Okay, thank you, I think. No more questions, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
So I do want to question the notion that it would be possible to do analysis on this in the next 3 weeks, because when would it have to be published?
We have to advertise on the 5th, but we could do analysis, I guess, in terms of the presentation materials that we bring.
So sorry, you could do analysis on the presentation, you'll bring a
We
presentation.
can do, yeah.
But we wouldn't have prepared amendments that had been advertised.
This would direct us to prepare amendments for it. I think in general, due to the complexity of it, our preference would be a subsequent, but understand the intention of the councillor to get this to the 30th as well.
Yeah, I think, I know we're really bending the rules here, but to the mover, not the mover. So I think I heard you say that there's a bit of a trade-off. It would provide some on-site parking. So I just wanted to recognize, so parking could still be accommodated without a garage, right? People can provide the parking pads?
Not if this passed all the way to the end. Because this amendment specifically says garage.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so maybe two clarifications. So it specifically says garage, and so you are precluding garage suites? Like
No.
So maybe that's clarification to administration. When you read garage, do you read an accessory dwelling unit?
So our understanding of this motion is that the 40% would cover all of your habitable units, principal, secondary, garage, and then you would have a separate garage somewhere. So I don't know if garage suites would be included in that, because your garage suite would be on top, which wouldn't be included in the site coverage. So that's, I think, some of the nuances that we gotta
Yeah, and isn't a garage an accessory building?
It is, but the way the motion we've created here separates the two.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, I had a similar question. So I'm just imagining a scenario where someone's wanting to build a multi-unit, house plus in the front, maybe a suite, and then a garden suite without a garage in the back, but maybe with a parking pad or a carport. So that the overall limit in that case would be 40.
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, I guess that's a bit of a flag for me. And I guess just coming back to earlier comments around the way that this can be analyzed, would administration be able to do that kind of analysis, to think about what typologies would even be viable under the current wording?
It'd be tough because of all the work that we need to do to get all the other amendments through, but I think we need clarity on what we actually mean here before we move this in terms of, is the garage just for cars only? Does it allow garage suites? And that's a very different conversation, because if it allows garage suites, then functionally you are increasing that site coverage to 55% to include the dwelling units as well. So it's a little bit different in terms of the intention that we wrote this as.
Right. And if the intention is around like on-site storage for vehicles, is a garage, is there preference for a garage over a carport, for example? Like, I guess those are some of the questions that I have, and
yeah, the way this is written, from our understanding, is that all the units would be contained in the 40%. So you would have currently your 8 units developed in your main building, and then you would get an extra 15% for a covered garage.
Okay.
Councillor Carmel.
So that wasn't my intent. My intent was that there would, units above the garage would also come with building the garage. That the incentive is you get a couple more units, but you add some parking. Like there is, there's this kind of nuanced trade-off. So perhaps the language doesn't properly capture that. I'm not stuck on garages versus carports versus others.
Yeah, I don't think it's the definition of garages, it's what's going on inside of it. I guess when you say extra units, because we're not limiting the type of unit or the units to any type of building, the intention to the current maximum is 8, so you build that in the 40%, and then if you build a garage with 2 extra units, or is it you build 6 in the one building and 2 in the other? Like, are we talking about a unit distribution on site, or are we adding extra units to the current maximum of 8?
No, the unit distribution on site. It's effective, like 2 things: incent parking and break up the big building with 8 into 2 smaller buildings with a gap in between.
Okay, so I think we need to take that back, and to clarify, the intent is maximum 6 in one building that can cover 40%. You can do another 2 if you do it as a garage and garage suite.
Yeah, but now it's getting complicated, eh? Like in terms of actually, writing words that can be fit into a reasonable amendment. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear earlier, but this is I wasn't trying to, this was the intent, was, 6 plus 2, or I don't know, 7 and 1, or 5
Let
and 3,
us
whatever.
take it away with knowing that intent, that essentially you have a max 6 in the main building, and then that you.
So I guess having the benefit of this discussion, right? If it comes back to a public hearing and it's just not going to work, well, then it gets. I wouldn't want to defeat it. I just would say refer it back, and it comes back in 6 months, a year, whatever. It gets refined. But if there's a way to get to something between now and the 30th, I think that helps us overall.
We would need specific direction to get to the 30th, because we need clarity on the amendments, because we're advertising, well, tomorrow, I guess.
So you need a rewrite of this.
Correct.
To match what we've just talked about in terms of intent.
Correct.
Do you want to offer some words then, and maybe, I don't know if you want to jump to the next one.
It's hard to do it on the fly again.
Yeah,
I
I
think
know.
if we gave some time, we can figure it out with that intent.
Okay, can we set this aside for the moment?
Sure.
Can we table this item at the moment? And Councillor Knack, you're on the board. Is it okay? Okay, we're going to table this. I also want to give our staff a break at some point. Like, let's probably we've been going hard for a bit. Like, we should maybe take 5 or 10 minutes just so everybody can have a bathroom break if they need it. I'm looking to the clerk. Nope, they want to power through? Okay, well, all right. It's the last time. Okay, the next item I had was, no? Does anybody want 5 minutes now? Okay, cool. Okay, site coverage, that was Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Principe, I have you, you had a unit count amendment, but then we just kind of had that motion from Councillor Rice. Is that the same one or is it different?
Yes, Chair Jans, that is the same one.
Okay, so that one's struck, but you had another one about parking. Is that correct, Councillor Principe?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and I understand Councillor Rice is going to sponsor that for you.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so you want me to go ahead?
Please do.
Okay, so this is this motion, and then I'm going to present on behalf Councillor Principe that administration prepare amendments to zoning bylaw 2001 to delete 5.80.8 bike parking in its entirety. That's due date June 30, 2025, and committee, council, and the city council public hearing. So that's his motion amendment.
Yep, perfect. Thank you, Councillor Rice.
I know I still have time.
Please introduce.
I want to ask Councillor Principe and maybe share some like her intent about this motion. Councillor Principe, and then would you mind to give more details about this one?
Chair Jans, is that
Yeah,
okay?
please, can you jump in and just share what
Thank
this
you.
is supposed to be?
Yeah. So just in discussion with administration earlier, I'd asked the question as to, why we don't have a minimum parking anymore. And it was explained that, it's up to industry and public to determine how much parking is needed. And in that same regards and respect, I'm thinking that that's what we can do with the bike parking. And I've heard from industry, from some folks in industry that it's not necessarily that they don't want to supply parking or bike parking. They just maybe want to be supplying it in a different format, maybe within individual units or such. This has been too restrictive. And so I was hoping that if this was struck, that maybe that industry and the people could determine how bike parking would be implemented.
Councillor Principe, and then the motion on the floor, I believe the only intent is a Part B and no Part A, right? So can you confirm that?
Pardon me? Yeah, just for Part B, not Part A.
Not Part A.
I'm willing to wait until Councillor Rutherford's inquiry comes back in regards to Part A.
Okay, so waiting for city clerk and then to put the restated wording. And actually it's not restating, I already stated. And it just deleted the Part A, and that is not I stated.
Okay, thank you both. Councillor Rutherford.
What are our current bike parking requirements? That would be removed in its entirety from 5.8
So
to
Councillor,
0.8.
Bike parking comes into play for multi-unit buildings, commercial buildings, and non-residential buildings, so it's quite significant. We do have an item that we are looking to address in our ongoing work to look at the rate of bike parking, which is the feedback we heard from industry and users of the bylaw, so that will be coming forward in the future.
Yeah, that was on the further work and analysis needed, correct?
Correct.
But if you do that analysis, because I've heard the same concerns, and I get where Councillor Principe is coming from in terms of why don't we just let the market dictate what the market wants with bike parking like we do with parking. So I understand where she's coming from, but I'm just trying to get a sense of when bike parking was added, what you would likely come back with recommendations. You wouldn't probably remove it in its entirety as a recommendation.
No, we'd not. We'd look for changes where the bylaw isn't matching the expectations of our development industry or what's being provided. What we're hearing right now is typically those big box stores, they're being required to provide quite a bit, and we think there's movement there.
Okay, but even apartment units, I've heard sometimes it's hard with like sidewalks and all of the things that are required to be in that private property, including bike parking, the provision of bike parking.
Yeah, so again, the
So
bike
you'll look at
parking-
that.
Yeah, the bike parking's there to promote active modes and understanding.
Yeah, I know the reason of it. Yeah. I understand the reason of it. Okay, I'll come back for another round.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Okay. No one else is on the board. Does anybody have any questions?
Just to confirm, we are deleting 1A, just eScribe needs to catch up to your words.
Yes, that is being done. Councillor Rutherford, do you have another round?
Yes, it's not letting me sign up again.
Please go.
Sorry, I just want to continue with that thread because I think, again, nobody's denying the benefit of bike parking. We want to see bike parking, just like we still want to see parking provisions. It's just, I get where it's coming from. So I'm just trying to find I'm trying to get an understanding of if this motion doesn't pass today, what does that future work look like, and what can we expect back?
Councillor, what the work that we intend on doing is looking at the bike parking provisions. Right now, it is to look at the provisions widely to see how they match, to do engagement on it, to see how they are meeting expectations and whatnot in terms of what's being developed, and we'll propose changes from there, whether it's the rate, the design of bike parking, where it should be located on site to count towards that, etc. So it's a big review.
Yeah, because we've even talked, I think, around bike parking, around like more secure bike parking and sort of some more standards around, because that's like just having a post downtown, people are still worried about their bikes being stolen.
Correct.
So that would be a part of that conversation.
It will.
Okay, that helps answer my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright.
Before bike parking requirements, how often was that thought about by developers?
Bike parking has been in the bylaw for quite some time. It used to be 50% of the car spaces provided. Obviously, with the removal of or the implementation of open option parking, that that ratio no longer existed. So it's been in the bylaw for quite some time.
Okay, but before that, because I'm just wondering, like, is it more obvious to developers to have thought about car parking because they're bigger than it would be for bikes?
I think in terms of implementing change, obviously, if you want to see that change, you look to provide incentives, regulation to achieve it. In terms of bike parking, what we're seeing is that people are providing more bike parking and secured bike parking because bikes are now worth more than a small car most of the time. So they're looking at different ways to meet the demand that you have as a bicyclist. A typical bicyclist can now have a winter bike, a fat bike, a street bike, a road bike. So there's an increased demand there.
They're easier to walk off with than a car too, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I will support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Just a reminder, it's 10:40. It's 10:40. We need to get through this today, or everything's for naught. So, are there any other questions? Hearing none, are there anyone who wishes to speak to this? Hearing none, I'll go to the mover. No, Councillor Principe, did you kind of want to close?
No, I don't think there's a need. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Rice, did you want to close? Okay, then we'll call the vote. Thank you.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Sorry, I voted incorrectly. Can we recall the vote? Well, it doesn't matter. It's defeated. I voted it.
Do you want to recall the vote?
Yeah, I'd appreciate that,
We'll
please.
recall the vote. We'll send it back out.
Sorry, everybody. I'm voting no, please.
Yeah, we're going to recall the vote. I'm going to close it, Janelle, and we'll resend it back out. Yeah, we'll just resend it and let everybody vote.
Okay. So you have a subsequent? So you have a subsequent to this? Okay.
We're just, your mic's on, and we're sending the vote out now.
I am voting no.
I'm voting yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Thanks, Councillor Jans. Mayor Sohi?
I already voted and I voted no. I'll vote again. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is defeated. Councillor Cartmel, we don't think we're there yet on garages? No, okay. I have a, so does anybody else have any changes to attachment 6? Pending garages, but, okay, the next, I had one on, just getting an admin to do an analysis on the architecture that should be super fast. I can read that one in. That's a subsequent. Okay, I'll just move that one quickly. That was, yeah, so this was administration prepare report analyzing the feedback provided by the residential infill working group and propose amendments to zoning bylaw 2001 for architectural, additional architectural articulation and design considerations for the RS zone for interior row houses. The due date was Q1 2026 at a future urban planning committee or council.
Point of order. Sorry, I really loved this debate, but this really is a subsequent motion, so we have to finish all the amendments, I think, before we make this.
Fair enough. Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Clerk, you-
I know we're waiting, but it's just,
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
So we're not making amendments. We're making motions. So this is not subsequent to nothing.
What is it?
Then I failed.
It's
That's
just
my
a
point of order.
motion.
Okay, so it's just a motion.
My hand
and-
is still up.
Please.
So administration would like to include at the last sentence, RS zone for street-facing facades for interior row housing. Is that friendly?
That is correct, yes. I forgot to say that.
And that's
Okay.
going to come back in Q1 of 2026.
That is correct. Just by way of introduction, all this is saying, we understand admin has definitions, we understand admin is making architectural improvements, we just want to look at it more deeper with the other suggestions made there. That's it. That's my introduction. Are there any questions? Mayor Sohi.
Sorry if I'm going to go off side. What I want to understand is that what Councillor Jans has moved earlier on to receive this for information would include some of the recommendations all the recommendations that administration has proposed to this zoning bylaw as part of the annual review, right? Such as the design guidelines.
I'll look to admin. How do they interpret this?
So the motion to receive for information, I understand, is no longer being put because there are action motions being passed. And so each of these motions are either to do something to amend something in attachment 6 and giving direction to admin to come back with further amendments for June 30th and or to do something else that's germane to the discussion you've spent today.
Okay, let me frame my question differently then, Aileen. All the suggested changes that administration has proposed, how would they move forward?
So it's my understanding that the report was provided for information as a heads up that administration is coming to the public hearing with a set of amendments. Now committee is asking administration to come back with that plus additional changes.
So I want to make sure that we are giving a clear indication to administration that all the things that they have proposed to be changed are going to be brought forward as part of the bylaw update. So is administration getting that direction, or what do we need to do to ensure they get that direction?
We have that direction, unless you change something specifically in those recommendations, like the doors on the side, which you've done.
Yeah, that's different, but all the other things that such as the design guidelines are clear that that committee is supportive of those. That's kind of, I want to reinforce that committee is supportive of those. Do we need a vote to do that, or you are getting that as part of the approval for receiving?
We have that direction as part of one of the motions of bringing forth Addendum 6.
Got it.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, to administration, do you not take feedback from all of the public and any group in the public for consideration and analysis within the ongoing work of the zoning bylaw and omnibus motions and iterations in the future?
We do. We look for a large set of people to engage with.
I guess to the mover, I'm a little bit concerned about pointing out, again, from a power and equity perspective, why are we only calling out one group's specific feedback when there are so many folks that have a stake and have feedback like we heard from, students groups? Why aren't we talking to student groups about what you know what I mean? I'm not understanding the need for this specific motion to call out that one specific group, and it seems redundant to what we already have as a process.
Okay, but then, committee can vote it down. In the interest of time, we've got architecture reforms coming. Admin are doing it. I want to go further. That can happen later. I would withdraw it, but at this point, it's already done. So.
Yeah, and I understand that committee can vote it down, but I'm not on committee,
Yeah,
and so I would like the opportunity to voice my thoughts on it.
Okay, no, point well taken.
I'll leave it there.
Yeah, nope, duly noted, thank you. Okay, hearing no further questions, is there any debate? Hearing none, we'll call the question.
Just waiting for one more vote, and then I want to check we've all voted appropriately. It's late. Just still waiting for one more vote. Have all the votes?
Please display the vote. That is carried. Okay, it's 10:50. Where are we at on garages?
So as we do some more analysis in the last 5 minutes, it's becoming more complicated in terms of what we can do. There are different strings in the zoning bylaw. One of them is there is an actual max site coverage for backyard or garden suites, which is 20%. So this motion would scale that back. So the interplay of how all of this works together is increasingly getting to the point where we can't make it work today.
Okay, well, if we're boxed in, we're boxed in. So let's withdraw this, and I'll just give me some wording that I can make on the 30th that we can do the work, that, all the work you need to do to make it all work.
Deal.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, done. Thanks. Thank you for trying. Thank you for trying, sincerely. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. That resolves garages. That resolves architecture. The only other one I had was, so Rice, you have one, right? And Cartmel, did we deal with the rebuild rights piece? Or do we need a motion on that?
Yep.
Do you have the wording? Okay, and you have a parking one? Can you put it in the chat as well too, please? And then, okay, I expect the Cartmel one will be very quick here. I'll sponsor that for you. Can you tell me what it is? I think I have it here somewhere too. This is that that administration prepare amendments to the zoning bylaw 2001 to delete sections 230, 3231 and replace with, quote, constructed as of January 1st, 2024, and delete sections and return to the June 30th, 2025 City Council public hearing. You know what we're talking about.
Yep.
Councilor Carmel, can you just give us an introduction so everybody knows what we're talking about here? What's the problem we're trying to solve?
Yep, this says if you have a house on a lot, you get to keep having a house on a lot. We talked a lot about this during the PGA. There was references to permits, existing permits. I have concerns about that from my own lived experience. So this kind of eliminates that you need to produce a permit kind of a thing. If you have a house on January 1st, 2024 on a lot, that can be proven with I think the suggestion was an air photo or other evidence. So you can keep having a house.
Okay, admin, we're clear?
Yep.
Okay, clerk, we're clear?
Clerk is clear.
Any questions from committee? Any debate from committee? I'll call the question. Please vote. I'm in favor.
Sending the vote out now.
And then we'll go to yours and then Jen.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councilor Rice has an amendment about regulating parking.
So the last one, real last one, right? So that administration prepares a report exploring options for regulating parking supply for rural housing and multi-unit housing in the RS zone, and due date and Q4 2024-26.
By way of introduction?
So it's very quick, and we heard very clearly, like I say this over and over again, and then in terms of like rural housing and multi-units development inside the neighborhood, and then our Edmontonians really care about the parking, and then there are lots of concerns regarding the parking spot, not sufficient regarding the traffic safety and in the community. And so this motion just wants the administration go back to look at any explore options and could address this under this specific zoning. And because we do not have a minimum requirement, parking requirements, that is actually created some questions and for certain development. So hopefully this explore and some options and could address those concerns we heard from our Edmontonians.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. Clerk, what's the due date?
Can I just, one number, there's a couple, I got a couple versions. Councillor Rice, can you just confirm for me, your motion is that administration prepare a report exploring options for regulating parking supply for row housing and multi-unit housing in the RS zone?
That is what I
Okay.
stated.
Thank you so much. Can you
Yeah.
just confirm administration that you can do this within the existing resources? If not, this needs to go to council.
Councillor, we don't have existing resources to complete this. It's not on our work plan that was detailed previously, and we don't, it's a significant body of work, so it would require budget in terms of people as well as consulting budget.
So even like the two generate a report can come back to Q4 2026?
The report would be an analysis of what could be accomplished with new parking regulations, which is a significant body of work.
And then what is the option and for me to put this motion and have this report information back?
The option would be to refer it to council so that council can vote on the budgetary decisions.
So there'd be two things. There'd be, say this out loud and wait for Kim to correct me. The motion would be that committee recommend to city council that additional funds be sourced to resource UPE so that they can prepare a report that includes an analysis to explore options for regulating the same thing that we just said.
So which budget cycle you need this fund? So yeah, I'm really confused this. I'm sorry.
So with all respect, I believe
the time is out?
No. I'm hearing this is not in order. Is it in order or not?
Committee cannot direct administration unless they already have the existing council-approved funds to complete the work. If it's additional, it requires resources, and that comes at the direction of council, not committee.
So then what I would ask, if we finish this at notice of motion, Councillor Rice can move a notice of motion. Is that not the way to resolve this? She can move this as a notice of motion and we can debate it at the next council meeting.
Sure, as long as it includes the funding that's required, not just the action. Sure, we can take this offline and have a conversation so Councillor Rice understands what's required for the next council meeting.
And but before I take off this, I really want to understand what do you mean the funding resources, and then is this next budget cycle, or you don't have existing funding resources to do?
We don't have existing funding resources to do this.
So what's the funding resources you require? So you already done the analysis for the parking requirements. So because for me to take off, I have to understand the reason.
No,
very
you
clearly.
actually don't. It's out of order. So we're stopping the debate on it. You can follow up offline with administration. Are there any other notices, or are there any other subsequent motions?
I would like to challenge, Chair.
All right. So I ruled this out of order. I ruled that it's that the motion would be out of order, and I believe then it's a vote of committee. I'll look to the clerk.
Yep.
So I'll call the vote then. If you support the ruling of the chair, please vote yes. If you think the chair erred, please vote no. Clerk, could you help me out with the chair
I'm
challenge?
trying real hard. The motion would be, just to make this real simple because of what we've got to work with, just say is the ruling of the chair upheld. And it only requires 1/3 of committee to support your ruling, and then you move on. I won't be able to display it on the screen because eScribe doesn't register 1/3 votes. So Janelle's going to send the vote out, and we'll just say the question is the ruling of the chair upheld? Just give Janelle 2 seconds, please, because we didn't have this in the system. Okay, the motion is live. Please record the votes for me. Can we get one more vote, please? We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried unanimously. Okay, now we are on to the next item. So, I don't have
Sorry,
any other.
I voted wrong. I needed to recall vote.
We'll re-chair.
By all means.
We will resend out the vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. So that means the ruling of the chair is upheld. I don't see any other changes to attachment 6. I am not aware of any other subsequent motions. Going once. Going twice. I will look to the clerk and administration. Did we navigate everything properly here? Does administration have what they need to bring forward things for the public hearing on June 30th?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So that concludes item 7.2. 7.3 and 7.4 have already been put off to the next Urban Planning Committee. I'm not aware of any responses to councillor inquiries. I'm not aware of any other private reports. I'm not aware of any motions pending. Are there any notices of motion or motions without customary notice?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I didn't get an answer back on whether I could move that one amendment or not. No?
No.
Okay.
You can ask the question, but I would say at this point in time, no. But admin might be able to prepare you something for the public hearing.
Yeah, I can take that offline. My question was, I had a district planning policy change, and because Councillor Knack already had something coming for the 30th, I thought I could add to it today, but I can't. So I'll worry about it later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hearing nothing further, we are adjourned, and I would like to thank all of my colleagues, the clerk's team, the administration team, the planning team, and everyone for all of the tremendous work that they did. This is the longest meeting I've been a part of, and I thank all of you for your calm, your professionalism, and your care in this process. So have a good night's sleep, and I hope to see you not for a while.
And thank you, Chair Jans, for navigating this throughout the long, long day. Really appreciate this.